Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1026 New event. The speed was very fast. In just a moment, the figure could be seen. One of them was very fast, surpassing everyone else in an instant, like a flash of lightning, thousands of miles apart, but in an instant he chopped towards Lee Su. A simple chopping hand directly chopped down towards Lee Su's neck. I'll take your head. If you want to hate me, just blame your bad luck. Along with the chopped hand, the sound silently poured into Lee Su's mind. Although I knew that there would be a fierce battle, I didn't expect that the first battle would be against such an opponent. This is a primary war emperor with the appearance of a war emperor, which is the so-called 10 million Dao realm. Lee Su raised his eyebrows slightly. Even if he couldn't use the Supreme Saint, which made his combat power drop too much, he had a top-level foundation and unparalleled talent. There were not many Taii in the world who could force him to use the Supreme Saint in the same realm. The Dalo realm was suppressed by the realm. Although it had certain advantages, it also depended on the person. If it was a 10 fire Taii, it was really not certain that he could beat it, but if it was above the myth, the concept was different. At least, once the 10 million Dao realm suppresses the realm, it is extremely difficult to fight against the 12 fires. The 13th fire is basically equal, the 14th fire can basically counterattack, and the 15th fire is even more so. It is an existence that can fight across levels. The threat posed by the opponent to him is only about the 11th fire. Lee Su raised his hands and rubbed them suddenly. The Takai power spread directly between his hands, forming an extremely soft field. His hands, slow and heavy, turned, as if pushing not the air, but the huge ocean, the sky and the stars. But the amazing hand knife chopped on Lee Su's soft power in an instant. The man who wanted to succeed in one strike and leave with his head was shocked. His hand knife was not ordinary. It was integrated with his talent. It was a power that could cut through everything, like a peerless divine sword. Because of this ability, his clan was also called the Divine Sword Alien Clan. He was born with a peerless divine weapon in his body that could cut through everything. As a result, the invincible divine sword seemed to have slashed into a bottomless quagmire at this moment. The distance of only a few meters seemed to be bottomless, and the advancement was extremely slow, as if it was stagnant. The middle-aged man's face suddenly became a little ugly. After all, he had just spoken a bold and heroic statement, and was restrained by the other party in the next second. It was too embarrassing. Ridiculous. You want to trap me with such power? I'm in the Dalo realm. With a roar, amazing power burst out directly from his body. His palm seemed to have evolved into a divine sword that could open the sky, spewing out a sharp sword light, and instantly cut through the soft power spread by Lee Su. The whole process took less than 0.5 seconds, and the divine sword broke free and reached Lee Su's neck straight. At this moment, the space was cut by the other party, forming an amazing crack, and the path inside seemed to be cut off. Brother, be careful. Before the middle-aged man showed joy on his face, a worried warning sounded behind him, and a voice approached through the air. The middle-aged man's pupils could not help shrinking, and he found something unusual. The figure in front of him, whose head and body were separated, was not his real body. Where is the person? Where did the person go? Just as he was thinking about Lee Su's position, he felt a palm on his waist. Before he could react, the palm shook, and a huge palm force spurted out, directly hitting the opponent's waist and abdomen. How to describe it? At this moment, it was as if a planet hit the continent. The middle-aged man's waist and abdomen were like glass shards, and they shattered directly. The terrible power penetrated into his insides, destroying from the root, and shattered his most basic atomic structure. A light palm directly broke the middle-aged man in half, and scarlet blood splashed up, forming an extremely enchanting blood-colored flower in the void. His face turned pale instantly, and the middle-aged man's eyes went black. This terrible palm not only pierced his body, but also severely damaged his soul, and even the tau in his body was twisted and deformed. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. tasting the most painful injury and pain after becoming a Dalo realm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A noisy sound like a bird's cry sounded, and Lee Su, who had not had time to pursue the victory, looked up. He saw a little starlight above his head, which gathered amazing energy, and fell towards him. Each of these starlights gathered amazing energy, like a magic weapon, enough to easily penetrate a mountain, but thousands of them appeared above Lee Su's head, pouring down on him alone, with unparalleled penetrating power. Let go of the guy who was cut off by his palm. Lee Su faced his palms together, as if rubbing a ball, and rubbed it back and forth dozens or hundreds of times in less than 0.001 seconds. Light movements, amazing power. In an instant, the void was stirred, as if a piece of paper was rubbed into a circle by his bare hands. He raised his palm, and the circle was held high above his head. With a humming sound, the circle suddenly became wider, but in the blink of an eye, the space around Lee Su's palm was like a piece of cloth, which was rubbed out by him, and a huge spiral pattern appeared, like an umbrella, opening above his head. The amazing starlight fell, and hit the distorted space. With a slight tremor, thousands of sparks and thousands of star points flew out, distorting the original path, and flying towards the four fields. Boom, boom, boom. The moment it touched the ground, the earth shook. The falling star points, like meteors, directly smashed the earth with a diameter of 1,000 miles. Not far away, the rescuer who was watching this scene couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that his killer move would be broken so easily. Although his realm was suppressed, there is no doubt that he is much stronger now than when he was still at the Battle Emperor level. As a result, his strongest move was so easily resolved. On the other side, the woman who rescued the middle-aged man who was broken in half and warned her senior brother to be careful also had a changing expression. Her eyes, which had lost their charm and turned cold due to the passing of the moonlight, could not help but show a hint of shock. The two senior brothers were both in the realm of 10 million Dao and were undoubtedly Dalao. As a result, after a fight, the two tricks were actually resolved by this unknown person. What kind of talent is that? Recalling Lee Su's weird movements, they could even distort space. They had never heard of such a race before. Space. Among all the alien races, only the God Clan, one of the upper alien races, is qualified to use it. You, step down. An old voice sounded, and an old man with his hands behind his back, stepped on the sky curtain, and walked slowly. One step, a footprint. The space could not bear it, and he stepped out a crack, forming a road. You can't handle this little guy, father. The three of them felt nervous. Even the middle-aged man, whose face was blue and lips were white from the pain, kept his mouth shut. It was obvious that the newcomer held a very high position in their hearts. Moreover, the three of them were still quite frightened by the fight just now. The strength of the man wanted by the Decepticons was beyond their imagination. Not only did he injure the boss in a single encounter, but he also destroyed the two's unique skills with just 2 moves. What a pity, what a pity. The old man walked forward until he was less than 100 meters away from Lee Su. He looked at Lee Su with a look of regret on his face, as if to say, with such talent, why is he not a disciple of our clan? It is amazing that a mutant can grow to such a level after being born. It is a pity that there is no adult and lack of guidance. One wrong step leads to another, and he is involved in the right and wrong that he cannot handle. Although I appreciate your talent, it is fate that makes people feel uncomfortable. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Ha. Lee Su laughed and sneered. If you want to kill someone, just kill him. Why do you have to say something to him? What is he trying to show? The younger one is a thief. He clearly intended to kill someone, but people blamed their luck. The older one is also a thief. He clearly killed people and set fires. He took money to do things, but he was so high and mighty, and said that he was compassionate. You are a person who takes money to sell his life. You say that it is fate that makes people feel uncomfortable. You are not worthy of it. We have different positions, so we kill each other. Why do you have to be so disgusting? The old man heard the words and his face suddenly became very ugly. As a Yadeo realm, walking in this world, he is either respected or feared. He has never been slapped in the face like this. Instantly, the old man flew into a rage, his face so gloomy that water could almost drip out. A bastard is a bastard. You have no manners, you are extremely arrogant, and you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Today, let me, on behalf of your parents who are unwilling to raise you, give you an education that you will remember for the rest of your life. Lee Su's expression froze for a moment, and the next second, his pupils turned red. You bastard, you are looking for death. Chapter 1027 New event. Lee Su was angry. Bring your own parents to teach you a lesson? Who do you think you are? Just because you have lived a little longer, do you think you are the boss everywhere? People are never respected because of their rage, but because of their moral character. Although, the guy in front of him is in the Yideo realm, beating him up will have a bad impact, which is not the result Lee Su wants. But the other party is too good, and in a few words, Lee Su has the intention to kill him. Maybe, this is also a kind of talent. After thinking about it, Lee Su stretched out his hand, pressed his thumb gently on the index finger joint, and rubbed it gently from the end of the knuckle to the fingertip. As he rubbed, a black needle was rubbed out by him. That is an element, a twisted element. A kind of change derived from the 36 Xiangang. The 2-inch long needle is not pure black, but a mixed black. All kinds of element in the world have been gathered together by him. The 5 element, light, darkness, wind, thunder, etc. It is a hodgepodge. Millions of miscellaneous paths have merged into such a small one. As soon as it appeared, the old man, who was about to say something, suddenly turned pale and his pupils suddenly tightened. In his sight, the needle between Lee Su's 2 fingers was a completely different picture. Twisted, extremely twisted, amazing magic power, amazing Dao was rolled together and compressed into a tiny needle. If he was still Dao or Yideo realm, he would not be afraid of the power here, and he could destroy it with a flick of his finger. But it was obvious that he was not Dao at the moment, just a high-level war emperor. The needle tip was aimed and flicked. Speed, sound. Before it sounded, the great power in front of the old man exploded, and the barrier that was operated at the first time was pierced. A hole was made with a distance of 1 foot, and the high concentration barrier formed by pure energy was cracked, forming a creepy breach. Boom. After that, the sound sounded, and the power exploded. The terrible airwave exploded, forming a 1,000-mile wave, with a hissing sound, pushing the barrier forward for a full point before slowly stopping. In the distance, the 3 people who were watching were sweating coldly at this moment. The middle-aged man who had recovered could not help but sweat on his face. A simple blow not only almost broke his father's barrier, but also almost broke the hearts of the 3 of them. It was too fast and too strong. If the person who took the blow was not their father, but the 3 of them, one of them would probably be killed on the spot. The extremely destructive penetrating power and the terrifying tearing power were simply unbearable for the flesh. For a moment, the 3 people could not help but be shocked, and their eyes showed an incomprehensible look. How could a mere war emperor have such terrible power? Facing this scene, the old man was also surprised. As a Yideo realm, even if his realm was suppressed, his energy utilization and Dao mastery were undoubtedly several levels higher than the war emperor level. He saw more and deeper in this simple blow. This is not only strength, but also skill. Extraordinary skills, which are completely beyond imagination. Damn. After coming to this conclusion, the old man couldn't help it, and he cursed in his heart, cursing the bastards of the crazy school. The reward was just a sentence for a person of the skill school. Just send a photo, and it's done. The reason for hiring people is that the new competition venue is too big and it's hard to find people. Although the reward is not low, that kind of price is obviously not commensurate with this kind of surface level genius. Even if it is 10 times, it is not enough. Before the old man finished cursing in his heart, Lee Su waved his hands. 2 rows of black needles appeared, each row of 20, each more than 1 foot, and the size and power are obviously proportional, and the strength is far beyond the one that was rubbed out by hand before. The old man couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Now is not the time to curse. The fluctuations on the black needles are too terrifying. If they are really hit, the body of the war emperor can't bear it at all. He shouted angrily and slowly raised his palm. On his palm, a sword-shaped weapon appeared. That was the innate magical power of the divine sword alien race. It's a pity that his realm is suppressed, otherwise he can just raise his hand and directly form a giant sword of tens of thousands of feet, which can split the sun and the moon and break the stars. Now, it's only 100 feet, and it's because his realm is enough far higher than the level of the War Emperor. In an instant, both sides took action. The magic weapon and the black needle directly intersected in the void, and collided with each other. With the sound of ding dong, it seemed that it was not energy that collided, but a blade that was indestructible. The black needle was cut open. As a foreign race of the magic sword, the talent is extraordinary. In terms of sharpness, there is no doubt that it is comparable to a real immortal weapon. Even the black needle that Lee Su rubbed out with the 36 heavenly gangs can hardly resist the sharpness. However, although the blade is sharp, the sword body is another matter. This race is undoubtedly remarkable in attack, comparable to the top few among the lower alien races. Unfortunately, as nameless, their weaknesses are also obvious. Even the magic sword formed by the billion realms is still pierced by Lee Su's numerous black needles, leaving amazing cracks on it. The old man's face turned ugly. Although he repaired the gap on the sword in a very short time, the destructive power of the opponent's black needle was still not to be underestimated. It greatly weakened his magic sword, making its structure unstable and greatly reducing its original power. His eyes sank, and he took the initiative to shrink the magic sword in his hand. This was not the first time he did such a thing. It was undoubtedly his job to kill people for money. He had experienced more than tens of thousands of battles. Although he was very careful every time, and would not choose too strong opponents, and would not accept those with higher realms than himself, or those with unknown identities, he still accumulated rich experience. After going out, he must ask the Decepticons to add money. As for the War Emperor in front of him, he must kill him. As a Yideo realm, being despised by a mere War Emperor, if he lets him get away, it will be a huge blow to his reputation. Not only that, but also his self-esteem, which he could not accept. The magic sword was directly compressed to its normal size, only 3 feet and 2 inches, but the sharpness increased by dozens of times. The amazing power was concentrated, and the space around the sword god could not be maintained. The old man moved and rushed over directly, intending to fight Lee Su in close combat. Although this kind of Xianjiao is excellent, he is still far from Daluo. The former relies solely on talent, while the latter has real time. The strength accumulated by talent is often only one side. The strength accumulated by time is truly comprehensive. Lee Su clenched his hands and a 2-foot black spear appeared in his hand. Facing the old man who rushed over, he did not hesitate to fight him head on. The two sides fought instantly. In just a few seconds, more than tens of thousands of collisions occurred. The amazing air wave erupted with the two people as the center and the west. The void of tens of thousands of miles could not help but tremble. The air was filled with amazing fighting spirit, constantly stimulating amazing flames. Retreat, retreat again and again. Faced with such a confrontation, the three people watching the battle not far away began to retreat continuously. 10,000 meters were no longer safe, and 50,000 meters were not enough. 100,000 meters, no, 1 million meters and the like were all within the scope of the conflict between the two sides. It was hard to imagine that such a battle was still at the level of the War Emperor. This was beyond everyone's expectations. While the three were surprised, the old man in the field had a wonderful expression, as if he had seen something incredible. He was at a disadvantage, absolutely at a disadvantage. The competition between moves was completely suppressed. His fighting skills were like a joke in front of the opponent, and were easily destroyed by him like paper. In just a few seconds, the old man was bleeding. His body was hit by Lee Su's black spear. He had tens of thousands of years of fighting experience, but it was not low. After several more fights, the old man's body suddenly paused, and a look of pain appeared on his vicissitudes of life. One of his legs was broken and cut off. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise, he would have been cut in half by the opponent just like his boss. Facing this scene, the old man no longer attacked, and directly turned to full defense. The difference between the two sides in close combat was even greater than the difference between the divine sword in his hand and the opponent's black spear. He was completely crushed in terms of close combat skills and tactics. Damn it, damn it. Even if he had been practicing since his mother's womb, there shouldn't be such a huge gap. The terrible spear stabbed and chopped from almost any angle, and each collision hit the back of his divine sword, which made the old man unable to help but be caught in a dilemma and extremely embarrassed. Faced with this result, the old man did not think about exploding, intending to distance himself and regroup. But after several outbursts, he discovered an even more terrifying fact. His surroundings were like a different space, and a quagmire-like force filled the surroundings, forming a blockade against him, making him need more effort and more power every time he moved. Is this the power that a war emperor can show? At this moment, the old man began to doubt his body, and a thought came to his mind that the other party was in the Yideo realm, and he was just a war emperor. The more he fought, the more helpless he became. The more he fought, the more afraid he became. Tens of thousands of years after becoming a Yideo realm, the old man once again felt the atmosphere of being shrouded by the shadow of death when he was still very weak. Could it be that he would die here? Die in the hands of a mere war emperor? The heart is the manifestation of will, and will is the backbone of power. If there is a problem with the heart, the power will naturally collapse. The sword light began to fade, and the sword edge began to dull. At this moment, the old man regretted it very much. He regretted that he had agreed to the Decepticons, and regretted that he had lost the vigilance and caution that he should have had. After becoming a Yideo realm, he had lost the timidity that had allowed him to survive countless times in harsh environments and finally stand out. No, no, I don't want to die here, no. The old man was terrified, scared. He rarely experienced adversity and never provoked people stronger than himself. Once his false state of mind collapsed, he would naturally reveal an extremely ugly appearance. By the way, the teleportation jade. As long as the teleportation jade is activated, he can leave here and leave this terrifying guy. Escape. The magic power vibrated, directly activating the teleportation jade that could leave this world. Fame and money were not as important as his life at this moment. As the teleportation jade lit up with white light, the old man couldn't help showing an ecstatic look on his face. The spear tip shook, sweeping away the opponent's weapon. The opponent's door was wide open, revealing his fatal point. At this moment, the old man's ecstatic face showed unspeakable fear. His high eyes turned into an almost pleading look. The desire for life had already controlled his body and mind. A punch directly hit the opponent's face. Most of the face collapsed on the spot, and the white bones were exposed. In an instant, the man was hammered thousands of miles away by Lee Su. After landing, he rolled for a full 1,000 miles before stopping. With the severe pain transmitted from his whole body, the old man was not surprised but happy, and couldn't help laughing out loud. He was still alive. As long as he was alive, it would be easy. The next second, a brilliant light flashed, and the old man disappeared directly from the battlefield. The sight returned to Lee Su. At this moment, his face was solemn, and there was a rare gloom in his pupils. Something was wrong. This was wrong. He certainly didn't let the old man go, just because he pretended to be pitiful. In Lee Su's eyes, such a person should be killed. Such a person would do anything to survive. If he really survived, when saving his life was not the first priority, what would he do? He would definitely take revenge, and would take Lee Su as a big worry in his heart. He would hide in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to bite him back. But at this moment, he really couldn't care. A large number of auras appeared in the range captured by the divine sense, and they were all rushing straight to his location. There were several extremely powerful divine thoughts that directly locked him. In particular, Lee Su found that the curse attached to the back of his hand was shining with it, and it was stinging. These guys are not in the same group as the ones who cursed him before. Also, why are so many people rushing straight to him? Without any hesitation, Lee Su could not care about the old man or his 3 children at this moment. He had to run out before the enemy formed a siege. Otherwise, what was waiting for him was not a fierce battle, but a bloody battle. Chapter 1028 New Event. Realizing that something was wrong, Lee Su flashed and landed directly on the ground. In an instant, his figure disappeared, and he escaped directly into the earth. Jiaoyang. At this moment, Yuan Shen suddenly remembered a voice, and a fist print suddenly appeared. It was extremely huge, spanning tens of thousands of miles of sky, and fell directly on the place where Lee Su disappeared. With a loud bang, the fist turned into a burning sun, more than 10,000 miles long and wide, and directly ignited the entire sky. The earth was steaming like water, and the sky was burned through, and a large area of black appeared. Hot, incredibly hot. The whole world turned into a huge sea of fire in an instant. In the rolling flames, a figure appeared. It was the disappeared Lee Su. He merged into the earth, and left by the earth escape method. He was burned alive and forced out. With a cold look in his eyes, Lee Su turned his head suddenly, and he put his fingers together like a knife, and stabbed Yuan Shen with a knife. Clang! A heavenly soldier was slashed out with his palm. With a hiss, the earth split open, forming a chasm that stretched thousands of miles, and stretched to the sky. The chasm was so huge that it seemed as if the entire world was about to be cut apart. It stretched and stretched continuously, spanning mountains and cracking rivers, until it reached a godlike figure. This person stood in the air, with fire burning all over his body. The fire ignited the void, forming a shocking distortion. His eyes were unruly and his expression was cold. Facing this shocking slash, he spoke lightly. Wall of fire. With a bang, a huge curtain of fire rose into the sky, and millions of Dao rhymes filled it. In the raging fire, all kinds of strange patterns flashed, showing terrifying visions. With a loud bang, the two huge forces collided, and the world lost its color for a moment, and the area within tens of thousands of miles was turned upside down. The terrible power exploded, turning into a flaming purgatory on one side, and shattering the mountains on the other side, as if being chopped by a knife. An amazing blow, a terrible scene. A simple collision made countless people's scalps numb and their minds explode. The first to bear the brunt were the old man's two sons and one daughter. They had already run a long way and couldn't help but change their faces again and again, revealing an expression of doubting life. This kind of attack. Not only them, at this moment in the city of the Earth Clan, on the viewing stone, there was a corner of the screen playing the scene of the battle here, which was also enlarged at the first time, starting from the scorching sun, all the way to the collision of the knife wall, directly occupying the entire viewing stone, and playing 360 degrees in all directions without dead angles. The picture, to be honest, is nothing. What is amazing, is the will in the picture. The knife that cuts through the sky and the earth, the wall of fire that burns everything, and the extremely terrible will directly come out from it. At this moment, the primary war emperors who have no end feel the oppression, and the war emperor can't help but suffocate. So strong. These two people are not ordinary people, they are the masters of the realm. The alien race naturally has its own opinions about the genius. The most widely circulated one is the term realm master, which means that at a certain stage or level, there is an absolutely powerful person with supreme strength who can suppress others, and even fight across borders. Usually, such a strong person will only appear in the top 20 of the 33 famous alien races. That is the 5-element alien race, Qianzhuo, the new young master of the fire element, Huo Xiangsha. At this moment, someone couldn't help but exclaimed, recognizing one of the two people who collided in the viewing stone, a man with supreme fire talent. Hiss. Many people took a breath directly. The 5-element alien race, the first alien race in the middle, has a supreme status and unparalleled combat power. The 5-element talent is so strong that it even surpasses the two major alien races of light and darkness. It is an absolute alien backbone, with many strong people and geniuses, and is the only alien race with all 5-element, fighting 5 above, and having a battle above. I didn't expect that the people of the 5-element alien race would actually take action so quickly, and the opponent was so powerful that he could collide with him. Seeing the man with the knife, many people were startled, and then they couldn't help but take a deep breath. As the first person to be pulled onto the big screen and played in all directions, the audience's memory was naturally familiar, and they remembered it at the first time. Is it him? He actually ran into the 5-element alien race. I don't know whether to say it's luck or bad luck. Boom, boom. However, just when everyone was surprised by the confrontation between the two, in the viewing stone, thunder exploded above the sky. Haha. A heroic laugh sounded, and a thunder appeared in the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of thousands of miles away. It gathered amazing power. Almost before everyone's consciousness reacted, it suddenly fell, and suddenly exploded. Lee Su, who had chopped out a shocking knife. The speed was too fast, too fast. It was like light, and the sound was left far behind, and there was no reaction. The world seemed to be frozen. The majestic body punched Lee Su with a terrifying punch. The falling fist, with billions of thunder snakes, gave birth to annihilation, and evolved to the end. Boom. With a slight sound, the still time trembled, and a fist tore through the shackles of time, breaking the solidified time, and rushed forward with the meaning of supreme, unparalleled, and unparalleled. In an instant, the two fists collided in the void. Boom. The void in front of him solidified, and black cracks appeared on the colliding fists. It was cracking continuously, and after stretching for dozens of miles, it exploded like glass with a clang. Then the two fists collided, and in an instant, the earth and the sky were thundering, and the landslides and tsunamis were tsunamis. The extreme power splashed out from between the two fists. With a boom, the person who fell flew high, and was hit backwards by the terrible power transmitted from the fist. The terrible thunder falling between the sky was twisted, cut off halfway, and flowed back. Lee Su below was also shocked, falling like a star, and smashed directly into the ground, crushing countless lands, and being buried deep in it. In the sky, retreating tens of thousands of meters, feeling the severe pain on his fist and the boiling blood, the attacker's heroic face couldn't help but show a touch of excitement. It's powerful. Under the ground, Lee Su also took a breath. At this moment, his body was glowing with golden light, and his breath was no longer human, but metal. He couldn't help but shake his hands to shake out the thunder power that penetrated inside. He took a breath lightly, and the next moment his body like gold and iron turned into soil, merged into the earth, and quickly went away. There was no idea of fighting. At this time, Lee Su had only one thought, that is, to get out of the battle circle. Even if he was moving forward in the soil, his speed was still amazing. At a glance, he could see tens of thousands of miles. In just one breath, he had already run a distance of 180,000 miles. This is not only a burrowing, but also a somersault. Suddenly, Lee Su felt a sharp pain in his arm, and the curse pattern entangled with him began to glow. Under the deep soil, Lee Su, who was moving forward quickly, changed his face slightly. He paused and couldn't help but raise his head. Above his head, a terrible force appeared and quickly spread towards his position. That fluctuation was extremely special. It was not an attack, but a barrier. In an instant, the light swept past his position. The next second, the strange light began to change from virtual to real, and was about to cover him. Although the barrier had certain disadvantages compared to the formations in the myth world, its special features should not be underestimated. The special rules made it so that even Lee Su would not dare to be careless. Once the other party made some special requests, even if he had the 36 heavenly gangs and 72 earthly evil arts, it would be difficult to break through in a short time. In an instant, extremely special patterns appeared on Lee Su's body, and the strange patterns spread all over his body almost instantly. The patterns glowed, and strange powers emerged. Lee Su opened his mouth slightly, and spit out an extremely special light spot. The light spot was not big, just the size of a fist, and it was not fast, flying out slowly. However, the special thing was that wherever it passed, all the magical powers and abilities were melting, and restored to the original aura. The Dao iron structure inside was directly decomposed, and even the barrier could not resist it. That is, the ability of the light spraying bug instantly opened a hole in the barrier. Although it was only a small hole, Lee Su drilled out of it without hesitation in the next second, and then quickened his pace again, to escape from this place. At this moment, outside the surface, stood a middle-aged man, and there were several disciples of the same clan behind him. The middle-aged man was startled, and his face could not help showing a look of astonishment. Obviously, he did not expect that the other party would actually break the barrier he prepared specifically for the other party. What is this trick? My enemy, are you just leaving like this? I like you so much, how can you be so cruel? An extremely charming voice sounded. On the hilltop thousands of miles away from the middle-aged man, there stood a woman wearing extremely revealing clothes. Her clothes were very special, and with her gently swaying posture, she formed a huge magic power, which made people confused and couldn't help but fall into infinite fantasy. With the words in her mouth, even the heart of stone would become soft at this moment. That voice, that dance, ignored the distance of space and time, and appeared directly in front of Lee Su under the deep soil, instantly making his body tremble uncontrollably, and his body and soul seemed to be out of control, intending to escape from the ground on their own, to find the owner of this voice. Of course, it was only a blink of an eye, and Lee Su groaned, blood flowed down his eyes, and his breath couldn't help but tremble. Although he woke up, he was seriously injured. Without hesitation, he accelerated again, and escaped from the strange charm of that woman. Looking at Lee Su, who was leaving quickly in the viewing stone. At this moment, in front of the viewing stone, in the city of the Earth Clan, hundreds of millions of people couldn't help but sweat. Just 5 seconds. Fire Element Xianjiao, Thunder Clan Xianjiao, although born in an unknown alien race, but famous among the alien races, the Old Man Ji Kong, and the Dancing Witch, if I'm not mistaken, should be the 5th among the middle alien races, the Xianmei alien race. Thinking of this, countless people's scalps tingled, and their hearts beat wildly. My god, what on earth did this guy do to deserve so much hatred from God and man, that so many powerful people surrounded and attacked him? Chapter 1029 New event. They chased and fled all the way, fighting continuously. The distance between the two sides was more than 1,000,000 miles, and the earth was shattered, and the rivers evaporated. There were countless. Facing the 4 powerful men, almost all of whom were above the strength of 13 fires. Even if Lee Su did not use the Supreme Saint, the situation was once dangerous and his body was severely injured one after another. Whether it was the fire alien or the thunder alien, they were very troublesome. Their attack power was too high, and it was obviously a breakthrough level of damage. Every collision would cause him a lot of injuries. All the way down, Lee Su's internal organs were seriously damaged and invaded by the opponent's power. Then there was that woman. The tricks that could move the mind were actually not very effective on him. With the protection of the Supreme Soul and the body of a ghost fairy, even Ning Wuxia's demonic charm could be suppressed to a certain extent, let alone that woman. But there was a problem. As an extremely rare spiritual talent among the aliens, Lee Su did not dare to show too much strength. After all, this kind of race was too rare. Every time he had to let himself be hit, and then force himself to wake up with his will. As a result, the move that obviously did not cause much harm delayed him the longest. In the end, the most troublesome one was undoubtedly the middle-aged man. Not only was his method troublesome, but the key point was the curse that the other party had cast on his hand. It was really troublesome. Lee Su had clearly broken through, but he was immediately caught up again. He had a headache several times. However, after chasing all the way, the aura of the curse had faded a lot. Each time it was activated, it would consume a certain amount of energy, and some power would overflow and be captured by Lee Su, thus clearing it. Judging from the current situation, he should be able to dissolve the curse on his arm in about 10 minutes at most. However, an obvious problem is that these 10 minutes will not be easy. His footsteps suddenly stopped, and Lee Su's face, which had turned pale due to the injury, suddenly condensed, and he subconsciously stretched out his hand to block in front of him. Swish! A pitch black sword suddenly appeared in the deep soil with almost no movement, and pierced his arm directly. His face turned cold, and his right hand was like a knife, and he slashed directly at the place where there was only a sharp sword, and no other aura. There was no doubt that the sword had been pierced through his palm, and it had disappeared, leaving only a shocking wound. Blood was flowing, but it was not blood red, but pitch black. That sword was poisonous. The poison was so strong that even the metal body was corroded extremely strongly. Before he could use his strength to force out the poison, an extremely shocking pressure came from above his head. A huge man with a huge body, far taller than an ordinary person, appeared. He held a huge hammer and fell down with a bang. The hammer was extraordinary. When it fell, it was vibrating at a frequency of tens of thousands of times per second. Wherever it passed, it was disintegrated by the high frequency force formed by the vibration before it even got close. He raised his hand and tried to slap it. With a thud, Lee Su's forward steps were directly stopped in place. The amazing force went down along his arm, not only destroying it along the way, but also going straight to his heart. With a bang, or thunder exploded directly in his heart. Lee Su vomited a large mouthful of blood on the spot, and his heart was almost torn apart. Damn, 2 more came. Lee Su had a headache. Although the injury was not fatal, there were too many people surrounding him. Moreover, these 2 were all extremely powerful beings, either Tai Shian Jiao or Dalo Strongman. Compared with the old man in front, the difficulty of fighting was simply a world of difference. His body weathered and lost its shape in an instant. In an instant, a huge force burst out from the chest, directly forming a tornado with a diameter of more than 100 miles, which broke out from the ground and hit the clouds. That was the power of that hammer, which was very sinister. Although it was obviously mighty and boundless, it was almost all hidden power. It did not explode externally, but was buried inside the body like a mine, forming something like a tumor, which slowly exploded inside. Extremely vicious. If it were someone else, even if the body was strong enough, this attack would probably suffer. That is, Lee Su, who possessed the Xiangang technique, could directly turn himself into wind and become part of the element. With the help of the erupting hurricane, Lee Su jumped above the 9 heavens, swam in the wind, left the deep earth environment, and ran away from the sky. I can't stay underground. In addition to the 2 just now, there are many around. Some are approaching quietly, while others are just in front of him, quietly waiting for him to come, ready to do him a trick like the guy who pierced his palm before. In the sky, Lee Su escaped the sudden attack of the guy who cast the thunder method, and went away again. While running, he couldn't help grinding his teeth, and his mood was extremely bad. Because he couldn't use the Supreme Saint, he didn't dare to show the heavenly gang and earthly evil techniques at will, which undoubtedly made him quite helpless and extremely angry. With these people, the realm is only the War Emperor level. Facing the real him, 1 life painting can almost kill 2. The Decepticon guy, is he crazy? In order to kill him, how much effort did he put in? How much money did he spend? So many people, jointly chasing and intercepting, is really a bit too much. To put it bluntly, his identity is just a mere high-level War Emperor. His strength has never been demonstrated, and the Linoop he prepared is too luxurious. This Linoop is enough to fight against the upper-level alien races. Decepticons, do they have too much money to spend? These people, one by one, are definitely not worthy of the general price. Lee Su, whose strength was restricted, was in a very awkward situation at this moment, jumping up and down, running around. As time went by, his space for movement became smaller and smaller, mainly because the people who were besieging him had already developed a tacit understanding, and no longer attacked one by one, but attacked together. For a while, he was beaten to a bloody mess, his whole body was charred, and he was almost covered by the barrier several times. In other words, he changed a lot, and moved quickly enough, and he frequently reacted and avoided the fatal blow before being hit. Asterisk 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 after more than 10 minutes of high intensity fighting here, even if the people who were besieged were extremely embarrassed and covered in dust. In the city of the Earth Clan, there was silence, and everyone stared with their eyes wide open, and kept swallowing saliva. To be honest, they thought the other party was dead several times, but they escaped in a way beyond imagination. Although they were in a very bad state, everyone had only one thought in their mind. That is, this person is so strong, too strong. With so many masters surrounding him, he could still hold on for more than 10 minutes. His grasp of timing and battlefield was simply unimaginable. It was as if he had opened up a whole new world, which shocked countless aliens with the same abilities, and almost made them speechless. Not only the aliens, but also the mythical world, watched the battle on the viewing stone intently, and were extremely shocked. The more than 10 strong men, the geniuses, needless to say. The man who was surrounded and killed deeply touched everyone. Even the disciples of the great sect could not help but change their faces again and again, and felt great pressure. This person, regardless of skills, magical powers, will, and spiritual perception, has almost no weaknesses. His attack is not the strongest, his defense is not the highest, and his speed is not the fastest, but in terms of comprehensive attributes, he can undoubtedly crush everyone else. Because of this, people are more afraid. For a while, many people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, die, die, be beaten to death. If this thing survives, they will be unlucky if they encounter it in the future. Lei Yuxianzhen couldn't help but frowned. He knew how troublesome it was for this all-round player who seemed to be weaker than the first line. In the myth world, there are also similar strong people, the kind of extreme Dalo realm. Once the battle starts, at least 3 of the same extreme Dalo are needed to trap it each time, which can be said to be extremely difficult. And the more the opponent is good at, it often means that the opponent's talent is more terrible and comprehensive. The difficulty of breaking the ultimate level of Dalo realm is also easier. Are there such geniuses in Wuming? It seems that this new event has a mortality rate. Are the aliens so generous? Such a prodigy is willing to let him be beaten to death. Well, this punch is not right. I have dodged it just now. Since it doesn't work to concentrate, then spread it first. The so-called output must first hit people. And this fire, the range is so large. What to do? It affects the performance of others. That middle-aged man. Since the barrier is useless, why don't you try another method? Remember, the barrier master of the alien race is also a curse master, right? You should invest some of your life into it. And that woman, why are you standing so far away? If you get closer, at most you will be seriously injured, but it's not that easy for her to die. Chapter 1030 New Event. Boom. The sun and the thunder hit almost at the same time. Even Li Su's body couldn't bear it anymore. Cracks began to appear, and he was torn apart by 2 terrifying forces. The injury was very serious. It even reflected from the flesh to the soul. He spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out horizontally. Halfway through, another sword appeared, and swept across his waist and abdomen viciously. His stomach was almost completely cut open, and his 6 internal organs were directly exposed. Half of his body was almost cut off, and there was a black aura spreading along the injured position. Before Li Su landed, the man holding the heavy hammer caught up with him, and the spiritual weapon hit him heavily, hammering him into the ground. At this moment, under the ground, someone had already prepared there. 3 people, from the same race, mastered a special magnetic field, and he was surrounded. As soon as he landed, the field was extremely bad, as if it was outer space without an atmosphere, filled with all kinds of amazing radiation. The flesh and blood were shaking, being melted, and disintegrated. But in the blink of an eye, more than half of Li Su's flesh and blood disappeared, revealing his pale bones. A barrier appeared, turning into pillars one after another, directly piercing his body and nailing him to the ground. His soul couldn't help shaking, and the breath of depravity filled his surroundings, trying to pull his soul and consciousness out of his body. Facing the siege of a group of strong men and geniuses, he persisted for more than 10 minutes and finally fell into a desperate situation. Looking at this scene, not to mention the outsiders watching the battle, even the group of people besieging couldn't help but take a deep breath, and their faces relaxed a lot. Such a luxurious Linoop actually fought to such a point. To be honest, it was too much beyond expectations. Especially the opponent's talent was so much that it was simply numbing. After a big battle, how many kinds did you see? Was it 10 kinds? Or 20 kinds? When I collected the money, I thought it was just a small trouble that could be solved easily, but I didn't expect it to develop into such a situation. However, it ended here. Although the opponent's difficulty was beyond the expectations of most people present, it was a pity that there were too many of them, and each of them was not weaker than the opponent in realm. Even if they had amazing means, it was still just a futile resistance. After looking at each other, the people who besieged Li Su did not hesitate and attacked again. Although they didn't know why the opponent was unwilling to activate the teleportation jade and leave, they were out of their encirclement. But it had come to this point, and it was no longer possible to hold back. In fact, the people who came to besiege were quite nervous at the moment. They were obviously the advantaged party from beginning to end, and the pressure in their hearts was no less than that of Li Su, who fell into a desperate situation. If such a person was allowed to escape, they would be the ones who couldn't sleep or eat next. Do it. There was no time for polite words. Unless the target was completely silent, even if they had the advantage, the group could not completely relax and be happy. Many people even felt that this deal was a huge loss. Afterwards, they had to go to the Mann family to ask for an explanation. That little money was not enough. Not enough at all. Asterisk 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 ha. As expected, more than 10 minutes was the limit. Well, after all, he couldn't even use the Shyang Disher technique completely, so he was almost there. Aliens really can't be underestimated. In the same realm, even if he restricted many means, some functions still existed and were possessed. The supreme foundation, the supreme Taoism, the accumulated strength not only made Lee Su's upper limit amazing, but also his lower limit was not low. To describe it in numbers, the combat power of normal Tai is between 10 and 100, and his lowest is about 80. That is to say, even if he doesn't use any Taoist magic, his average combat power exceeds 80% of the late Tai. But, whatever. He is almost there, and there is only the last bit of curse left in his hand. Thank you for your hard work, and I hope we will meet again in the future. Otherwise I will kill one by one. Then, I will have to be honest for a while. After all, he is just here to mix the Tao, and by the way, he will complete Ning Wuxia's request, and if possible, help the skills. But it is obvious that the current situation has exceeded expectations by too much, at least 3 to 5 months. He has to be more obedient. The strong men outside, if they are not blind, will probably pay attention to the strength he has shown. This is the stage of the alien race. As a human, it is obviously not appropriate for him to be so conspicuous. No, it is not only inappropriate, it is simply fatal. Okay. Fortunately, after fighting all the way, he has a rough idea of his own strength and the strength of the alien race. As long as he pays attention, the problem is basically not big. After completing Ning Wuxia's request, he will directly leave this space. As for the skill faction, it is already at this point, and it is worthy of the price given by the other party, with so many masters. Next, Jiuj and the others should be careful and quietly earn points. It should not be difficult to hold on to Deng Feng. After all, with such a commotion, whether it is these hired killers or the Decepticons themselves, their attention should be focused on him. After careful calculation, although this battle was defeated countless times, it was not a loss. Although he paid a clone, he did get a lot of benefits, at least in terms of miscellaneous ways. There are really a lot. In order to kill him, more than 10 people tried their best, including 2 people who were in the Ibio Deo realm and 3 people in the Wanwan Deo realm. Even the guy who used fire and thunder provided a lot to Lee Su, let alone others. At this moment, his mind was full of inspiration and filled with various Deo rhymes. After all the analysis was completed, the number of his miscellaneous Deo should be more than 4 million. One battle directly provided him with hundreds of thousands of miscellaneous Deos, which was considered a profit. After all, there were still about 362 days before the end of the game, and he completed almost a month's supply in one go. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lee Su touched his chin and pondered his situation. When he saw the other party start to launch the final attack on his clone, he patted his butt, stood up, and was about to leave. However, the next second, his expression suddenly froze and solidified. It's not that someone jumped out from a certain hilltop, facing him impartially, and saw his face by chance, and knew who he was. But something unexpected happened in the center of the battlefield. Damn, you give me this kind of super expansion at this time. In the center, just when the clone was about to be besieged and destroyed, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. She was extremely fast, so fast that it was beyond imagination, and beyond everyone's expectations. In an instant, she picked up the remnant of Lee Su who was suppressed, and then jumped up and quickly went away. Not only that, another beautiful figure appeared silently, from the shadows of the group of people besieging Lee Su, holding a sharp blade, and rushing straight to the vital point. In the distant sky, there was another burly figure. No, it should be said that it was an extremely huge figure. He rose up like a mountain, and suddenly shouted loudly, and jumped into the sky. Roar. With a violent shout, a huge mountain weighing hundreds of millions of pounds was thrown down by him, and smashed towards the landing point of more than a dozen people. Boom. The huge mountain was like a meteor, and it directly formed a huge shock wave that swept thousands of miles when it landed. The shocking air wave not only overturned the battlefield, but also hit Lee Su, who was about to leave thousands of miles away, with a face that crackled. Facing this scene, Lee Su's mouth twitched, and the whole person was in a mess in the wind. Logically, he should be very touched at this moment, but in fact, he almost uttered sweet words. Ugh. It's not over yet, right? Pulling a sheep hard, this is too much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1031 New Event. The actions of several people were very fast and very sudden. The dozen people who were besieging Lee Su were almost completely unable to react, especially when they saw Lee Su being rescued. Several of them were obviously distracted and were attacked by the sharp blades that appeared from the shadows. Their faces changed on the spot and their bodies shook violently. The sharp blades not only penetrated their bodies, but also stabbed their souls, leaving a scar on their souls. This kind of injury is not light. Even for alien races, unless they have special talents in the soul is extremely important to most creatures. Once injured, not only is the injury serious, but it is also extremely difficult to repair. The mountain that fell down the next second was even more amazing. It seemed to be blessed by some special talent, and was very solid. It seemed that what fell on the ground was not a stone, but a huge piece of metal. The impact of landing, and the explosion after the impact caught even the Yideo realm off guard, and was affected and bleeding. However, as high-level war emperors, their reactions were also extremely fast. Among them, as the first among the middle-level aliens, the fire element prodigy of the 5-element aliens, he reacted very quickly. At the moment, when he was about to be pierced by the sharp blade, his body burst into a brilliance like the sun. Not only did it melt the sharp blade, but the strong light also cleared the shadows on the ground at once, and directly ignited the people coming out of it. Not only that, he raised his palm, and formed a small sun. The surrounding area of 100 meters directly turned into an ultra-high temperature environment. All the materials were melted, forming an absolute zone that could not be invaded, directly blocking the subsequent impact outside. The person who exerted the power of thunder acted at the moment when he was about to be pierced by the sharp blade. He jumped, and time almost stopped. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of a distance of tens of thousands of miles, directly avoiding the sneak attack and the subsequent smash. He looked dimly, ignoring the sneak attacker, and stared at the figure pulling Lee Su away quickly. Without hesitation, he turned into rolling thunder and light, penetrated the clouds, and chased after him. Among the remaining people, the middle-aged man opened a barrier to protect himself and the people he had taken in. The woman from the Cheyenne alien race had blood on her mouth. She was the most special one among the more than 10 people. She was mainly spiritual. Although she blocked the first attack and detected the sneak attack in advance through her excellent spiritual power, the distance was too close after all. The sharp blade hit her waist through the spiritual barrier, almost breaking her spine. The subsequent shockwave directly blew her up and blew her thousands of miles before she fell into the ground. As for the rest of the people, they were more or less injured. Even the guy who attacked them several times without seeing his body and only seeing the sharp blade was injured by the sudden sneak attack. More than 10 people looked very ugly. Not only were they injured, but mainly because of the fact that people were rescued. They knew how difficult it was to kill Lee Su. They almost relied on group fighting and didn't give the other party a chance to breathe before they finally took him down. Even so, it took more than 10 minutes. Although the other party was severely injured, he was already on the verge of death. But the existence of such troublesome people, as long as their death is not confirmed for 1 minute, is undoubtedly a huge hidden danger and threat to everyone present. In the case of a single person, even the prodigies like the 5-element alien clan and the young prodigy known as the God of Fire are extremely wary. The pressure of the 10 million Deo realm and the billion Deo realm is smaller, but not much smaller. After all, the combat power displayed by Lee Su is too perfect, with almost no weaknesses. Once such a person becomes a war emperor, it will be no less than a disaster for them to take revenge. Chase. More than 10 people looked at each other without any hesitation. The target must die. If he doesn't die, they will be an easy day and night. The 5-element alien clan, the god of fire and other strongest people directly chased the lightning that was rapidly receding in the sky. The remaining few people were seriously injured, and those who were not suitable for rushing on the road stayed where they were. They were not idle either, and rushed straight to the direction of the giant mountain that had just flown over, ready to deal with this one first. The action was extremely decisive. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Asterisk 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 at this moment, the 3 people who succeeded in the sneak attack and rescue were also escaping quickly. Obviously, they also knew the situation and understood that the sneak attack would not be very effective. After all, the people who surrounded and killed Lee Su were simple, and each of them had a great reputation outside and had been famous for a long time. The person who ran with Lee Su was Juge. As a member of the Earth Clan, she was incredibly fast with her feet on the ground. Even if the person who turned into thunder on her head could only keep up with her from a distance, she could not catch up quickly. Although it was only less than a second, it was almost 1,000 miles away. It would probably take a long time to catch up. At this moment, Juge pursed her lips. Lee Su in her hand was in a very bad situation. Under the siege of those bastards, he was seriously injured. Even if he succeeded in taking him away at the last moment, his body was almost lifeless. He was already dying. Even if he started to rescue him immediately, he might not be able to be saved. Faced with this result, Juge's eyes almost spewed fire. Lee Su was not just a treasure bought from Jinling. As a master of special skills, Lee Su and her father overlapped greatly. Juge saw her father's shadow in him, which gave her the courage to break free from the huge pressure of the Decepticons. So emotionally, Lee Su meant something completely different to her. It was a spiritual sustenance. That was why she ran to Lee Su's room every day. As a girl, she was not so mature. She overlapped Lee Su with her father. Therefore, facing the other party's current situation, the impact on Juge was undoubtedly huge and painful. Running all the way, the girl could hardly suppress the anger in her heart. The genes of the Earth Clan were constantly agitated, making her want to turn around and hammer those damn bastards to death. The reason why she kept her sanity was because Lee Su's injury was urgent, and she had to leave the battle as soon as possible and find a place to treat him. On the other side, the adult woman Fei and Hishi were also running. They were very fast and were moving quickly in a certain direction with cold expressions. After running for almost tens of thousands of miles, he still couldn't get rid of the people behind him. Hishi's pupils turned fierce, revealing an expression he had never had when he was on the summit. He said softly, "Senior Fei, let's separate." Hearing Hishi's words, Fei's eyes shrank slightly. Asu's injury is too serious. He must be treated as soon as possible. The other side will definitely not let the leader escape smoothly. Although it is not clear how many people the Decepticons have prepared, it must be more than just this few. Once the time is prolonged, there is a high possibility that new enemies will appear. Given the leader's personality, he will most likely give up the competition and choose to take Asu away from the battlefield and return to the city of the Earth Tribe to heal his wounds. In this way, the only people left in Dengfeng will be us. The other side has divided into 2 teams. It is obvious that they are planning to completely block Dengfeng's way out, so we can't be eliminated together. At this point, Hishi looked at Fei and said, "With the ability of the seniors, once we separate, we will definitely be able to escape easily. If the leader also chooses to escape, at least Dengfeng can keep one person and can still grab points." Fei did not speak. How could she not understand the situation at the moment? In fact, she had doubts about saving Lee Su at the beginning, and she had doubts in her heart. It was not Lee Su that she doubted, but the whole incident. She felt that there was something wrong. The reason why they came here was not because they heard the movement or met quietly, but because someone notified them. The person who notified them was the guy who had been to Dengfeng once before. He was once a backbone of the skill school, Dengfeng's senior brother, and the master's chief disciple. The pattern of 1 bright and 3 dark that was originally favorable to them was completely broken at once, and everyone was exposed. "Senior." Hishi spoke again, his voice a little anxious. "If this continues, sooner or later both of them will be surrounded. Once that happens, Dengfeng will completely become history and disappear in the city of the Earth Tribe." "Separate?" Feli couldn't help but smile bitterly. With Heisha's strength, once he flew away, the opponent might not be eliminated, but there is a high probability that he will die. There are several people chasing them, and they can split up, so before she can get rid of them, Heishi has to hold back a few people. As the weakest link among the four, Heishi obviously can't do what that guy did, holding more than a dozen top masters, and not losing for more than 10 minutes. Therefore, if he misses the opportunity to leave, he will die directly in the competition. Shut up. Taking a deep breath, Feli shook her head directly, denying the other party's idea. She understood the young lady too well. Climbing to the top might be important, but people are more important. If she was allowed to choose, she would choose people without hesitation, and give up climbing to the top. It was the young lady who decided to save Lee Soo. If Blackstone died because of this, even if it was Blackstone's own choice, the young lady would probably not forgive herself. Thinking of this, Feli couldn't help but curse. Damn the decisive faction. If the old master was still there, how dare they do this? Although the young lady's senior brother once said that the conflict between the decisive faction and the skill faction was for the sake of interests, but man family, aren't you afraid that the old master will come back one day and settle accounts with you? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sure enough, he also went in. At this moment, outside the battlefield, in the city of the Earth Clan, in the Man family. Go and pass the order. Start the next plan. Yes, master. A figure appeared, responded, and then disappeared. The master of the Man family, the Man King, also stood up at this moment. Although there were some unexpected things in the process of the story, it finally got back on track. He seemed not surprised at all that George appeared on the battlefield. On the other side, good news should have come in soon, right? As the Barbarian King finished speaking, suddenly, a huge bell rang, echoing over the city of the Earth Clan. The sound was so loud that it was deafening. All of a sudden, it brought everyone who was attracted by the fierce battle in the viewing stone back to their senses. Earth Clan urgent news. Earth Clan urgent news. Our clan's Emperor Jiushin and the mythical world Wuxin Zenran fought in the 33 heavens, and finally both of them fell into the depths of the Sea of Clouds at the same time, and their whereabouts are unknown, and their life and death are unknown. In an instant, countless people changed their expressions in horror. Chapter 1032 New Event. The sudden announcement shocked everyone. Jiushin Emperor, that is the ultimate Aluo of the Earth Clan, the strongest existence under the Saint, and for the alien race, it is equivalent to the supreme combat power of the tribe. Although the announcement did not say that the Emperor died, just this alone would undoubtedly cause a huge shock. At least, in the large conference hall of the Earth Clan Center, Daoshin Emperor, who was originally interested in watching the new event, frowned at the first time, and the smile on his face was completely restrained. Jiushin Emperor is undoubtedly quite different in the Earth Clan, unique, and rarely on the road, and his philosophy is different from that of most of the Earth Clan, and even runs counter to it. But it is undeniable that as the Emperor of the Earth Clan, Jiushin is undoubtedly an important combat force of the Earth Clan, and one of the four pillars. Now that he has suddenly disappeared, this is definitely not good news. As mentioned earlier, there are struggles within the alien race itself, and there are also struggles between each other. This is not only the case below, but also above. Just like the great sects in the myth world, if it weren't for the appearance of the alien race, the 7 great sects would not be so harmonious. Even the orthodox people of the Zuanman, the Chananji sects also fought each other, although it was mainly the Chananji sects. The alien races are the same. Even among the upper alien races, they can never be said to be united and loving. They can go hand in hand, only because of their strength. Therefore, the disappearance of the 9 Heavens Emperor is definitely not good news for the entire Earth Clan. In an instant, the mood of watching the show was completely gone, and the people from the Elders Council took over directly. The Daoshin Emperor's soul immediately returned to his original body. It is necessary to figure out what happened. After all, the confrontation between the top level layers, after a brief confrontation at the beginning, all of them stopped fighting. Although the myth world is at a disadvantage, the advantage of the 33 alien races is not very big. After all, if a full-scale war is really launched regardless of everything, the myth world can certainly be destroyed. But how many of the alien races can survive? No one is a fool. If you completely take over the myth world, the price will be extremely huge. If there is no sufficient interest trend, isn't it good to live? Now that it has been calm for a long time, such a situation suddenly appeared. It is definitely not good news. Who knows, a war may break out. Dao Xian Dizun is like this, and Lei Yu Xianzhen is the same on the other side. Although the news was not made public, it was only a separate communication. Lei Yu Xianzhen still couldn't help but change his face. Wu Zhenren, looking at the supreme Daluo in the myth world, is also a super first class level. As a Daluo with a human teaching, although he usually does not show his mountain and dew, and his smile is no different from a harmless old man, once you are serious, you will find that these guys who are dedicated to seeking the Tao and seeking freedom are all strong. Although an emperor has also disappeared on the alien side, the two have completely different meanings for the two major forces. After he explained a few words directly, he left directly. After all, this is the surface of the Supreme Daluo, which is already the highest combat power of the two major forces, equivalent to the second in command level in the country. This is not as simple as everyone disappearing, but it may cause a chain reaction and become the fuse of the war. For a time, the deep part of the heavenly court, which had been calm for a long time, began to become turbulent. There were terrifying eyes shooting out from it, and there were terrible figures floating in the depths. The war had not started, but the storm was coming. The great Luo of the two families left their own garrisons, hiding their bodies in the void, hiding in the endless narrow gap, and forming horns with each other. At this time, it is not a wise choice to be alone. Because once the war breaks out, the lone person will inevitably be targeted by the other party at the first time. Even if it is the great Luo, facing the strong of the same realm, 2 against 1 is extremely deadly. The entire depth of the heavenly court, the solemn atmosphere is unprecedented, as if hundreds of millions of gunpowder barrels were put together, and any spark would cause a shock that would turn the world upside down. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the reaction of the strongest people in the world, the saints, who were in the deeper part. Asterisk 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 at this moment, the city of the Earth Clan was also in a state of confusion and a little uneasy. After all, no one was stupid, and they knew very well how terrible this matter was. Once it really got out of hand, the result would definitely be extremely tragic, especially for them. Once the saints were gone, the Daluo realm would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Once a war of extinction really took place, the myth world would vanish, but how much better would the alien race be? Why did the two sides form a trend of standing on equal footing in the beginning? Wasn't it because the alien race was not sure? Facing the crazy revenge of the saints and the myth world, the price was too heavy, so they chose to take a step back and deliberately gave the myth world a chance to breathe, thus avoiding a dead-end situation. But they didn't expect that at the moment, when the top of both sides were deadlocked, suddenly 2 emperor-level figures were gone, which was definitely not good news. Of course, some people looked solemn, while others had wandering eyes, and were constantly thinking. For example, inside the barbarian family. At this moment, the barbarian king seemed to be shocked, and sent people to inquire and comfort the people of the barbarian family who were uneasy because of this news. But at the same time, he clenched his fists, and strange colors kept flashing in the depths of his eyes. Although he had received some news before, he didn't expect that the real result would be so shocking. Not only was there the Emperor of the 9 Heavens, but there was also a top Emperor of the mythical world. Very good. From this moment on, the peak has become a thing of the past. The biggest backbone of the skill school is undoubtedly Jiuji's father, the Emperor of the 9 Heavens. His disappearance undoubtedly doomed this school to complete extinction. Skull. After a moment of silence, the barbarian king's mind moved slightly. Master. A cold voice sounded, and it was obviously the voice that proposed to deal with Jiuji at the Elders' Council. At this moment, there was an uncontrollable excitement in the voice, as if he knew something. Notify the barbarian elephant that you can start the next plan. Yes, master. Feeling the other party's departure, the barbarian king looked at the viewing stone and Jiuji was fleeing with people. Originally, it would not matter if I spared your life. Without Jiushi, Dengfeng would disappear in no time, even if he ignored you. But you should not have awakened. Awakening means the Emperor realm, which represents the Supreme Emperor. There are already too many supreme emperors in this world. They always line up on the road to the saint realm. But you don't have to feel sad. Becoming the nourishment of my son and eventually the nourishment of the saint is also a supreme honor for you. Asterisk 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 at this moment, on the battlefield. Although there was some chaos outside, because of the disappearance of Jiushan Emperor, it was not affected too much inside. Those who should fight still fight, and those who should run still run. Dengfeng's 4 people. She has already encountered a crisis. His talent is not speed. Although he is fast, he is obviously much slower than the people chasing him. After running tens of thousands of miles, he was successfully hung on the back of the opponent, less than 10,000 meters away. Forte i.e., this distance is undoubtedly equivalent to a close combat state. As long as he is willing, he can attack at any time and deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 1033 New Event. Yan, you go out first. Facing this scene, Fei took a deep breath. At this point, it was meaningless for she to stay here. The reason why the opponent did not take action was because he was still adjusting his injuries. Once the opponent's breath was fully recovered, the blow would come immediately. By that time, there would be no chance to retreat. Listening to Fei's words, she could not help but grit his teeth and took out the teleportation jade. He also knew that in terms of his own strength, he was at most a medium-level war emperor. Facing the thugs hired by the Decepticons with a lot of money, he had no capital to compete. Staying here would become an obstacle for Fei. If he left, it would be more convenient for the other party to act. Not good. Suddenly, Fei's face changed. 2 of the 5 people chasing behind her disappeared at some point. No, seeing one of the remaining 3 people showing a weird smile, she immediately realized that she had been fooled. The other party had already taken action. Although she was in the Yudeo realm, she had been away from the battlefield for too long. Even if it was said that the realm maintained her martial power, the long-term stability still made her lose the vigilance she should have on the battlefield. In fact, this was reflected in the sneak attack at the beginning. If it was her in the past, those people would have been seriously injured, if not killed, 7 or 8 of them. After all, her realm was high and her attack was very lethal. But it was obvious that, although she had injured several people, she could not even take away their ability to move. Yan, Zhao. While speaking, Fei rushed over directly. However, just as the people moved, 2 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air not far in front of He. The extremely strange magnetic field force appeared again. One blocked Fei in front of him, and the strong magnetic force formed a field to entangle him. The other suddenly attacked, when He's attention was obviously focused on the transmission jade, and the magnetic force directly penetrated He's body. Die. The magnetic force exploded. Unlike when dealing with Li Su, the terrifying magnetic force instantly disturbed the position of He's whole body, and his flesh, bones, and even his soul were all disturbed. Damn it. Seeing that Blackstone was almost unable to resist, and his body was disintegrated by the opponent, and even the transmission jade could not be activated, Fei's face was extremely angry, but it was obvious that she was also in trouble at the moment. The magnetic field was very heavy, which was very troublesome for a secretive alien like her. Although she could not completely control her, it made it difficult for her to break free from this bondage in a short time. She could only watch Blackstone fall into despair, and his body, soul, and even Tao were disintegrated by the opponent bit by bit. At this time, the 3 people who were hanging far away, I don't know when, broke through to the front. The person who showed a strange smile to Fei took a step forward, and the powerful magnetic force overflowed, instantly compatible with the position of the other person. In an instant, the power of the field doubled directly, and the 100-meter diameter formed a huge pressure environment that was 10,000 times, no, 100,000 times that of the outside world. Under that heavy pressure, time became extremely slow, and every second of time passed by was extremely long. The other 2 also took action. The man holding the sledgehammer walked directly into the field. He was very fast, and was not suppressed, but was blessed. The other man had disappeared before he came over, leaving no breath. He was the one who attacked Li Su several times. His control of breath was extremely terrible. Even Li Su could only sense and discover the opponent's weapon before the opponent made a move. Facing the raised heavy hammer, Fey's suppressed mind had no time to respond, but severe pain came from her chest. A pitch black sword stabbed into her back and out of her chest. Fey's fair face froze, and her beautiful face immediately twisted. Blood should be the reverse of the cut lung. The sword that pierced her chest burst out with amazing power, wantonly destroying her internal organs. A mouthful of black blood. Not only was she injured, but she was also poisoned. The next second, the sledgehammer fell, without any mercy, and hit her head heavily. With a loud bang, Fey's head shattered, and the terrifying energy almost did not spill out, all poured into her head. Faced with this result, the 4 people who took action did not stop. The field became heavier, and the magnetic force almost penetrated Fey's body. The huge gravity pressed on every cell of her. The man holding the hammer and the man holding the sword were also constantly launching attacks, annihilating Fey's body and soul, and wanted to completely and thoroughly destroy her. Peace, for the strong, is undoubtedly like poison. As a billion-day realm, Fey made too many mistakes, so that she could not form a battle, and fell into an extremely desperate situation. Asterisk 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 at the same time, on the other side, George was also caught up. The thunder in the sky kept accumulating power, and the speed became faster and faster. Finally, after a distance of about 800,000 miles, it caught up with George. The thunder turned into a huge fist, fell from the sky, and chopped straight at George, who was running. With fire in his pupils, facing this shocking punch, George was completely angry. At this moment, the person she cared about most was undoubtedly Lee Soo, who was seriously injured in his hand. She wanted to find a place to treat him, but the other party followed her closely and did not give her time to save him. Facing this amazing blow, George punched in anger. As one of the 5 superior alien races, the power of the Earth Clan was fully demonstrated at this moment. Even if it rushed for hundreds of thousands of miles, the power gathered to form a monstrous divine thunder. Facing George, who was standing on the ground, even if she acted hastily, the collision of her fists in an instant formed a one-sided scene. The huge thunder was hammered into slag by the small fist, and the terrible power rolled up. The smile on the face of the person who fell had not yet fully bloomed, but directly turned into a look of shock. In his eyes, that simple punch was like the vast and boundless earth, which directly shattered his innate magical powers. Crack. The sound of the hand bones breaking. Pop. The sound of the internal organs ruptured. Blood spurted out a full foot high, and the person who fell was beaten, and rolled up, and fell back into the clouds. As expected of a superior alien race, it is indeed powerful. A faint voice sounded, wrapped in a trace of burning. It was a fellow from the 5-element alien race. He was also not slow. Although he could not catch up with the thunder above his head, he also arrived 10,000 meters away. Take action. The grand sun rose, and the terrifying heat directly swept over George's location. The mountain melted, the water evaporated, and the air was also distorted. George was unmoved. At this moment, her eyes became redder. It was not anger or rage, but a unique reaction as a member of the Earth Clan. She was not afraid of fighting. In fact, she loved fighting. Once she was on the field, her whole body would be boiling with blood, and the sound of her heartbeat would ring like thunder. That was a sign of awakening and the beginning of an imminent outbreak. And just under such circumstances, George took out the teleportation jade, with a touch of incomparable pain in her eyes, but the next second she became extremely determined. She activated her magic power without hesitation. Compared to climbing to the top, people are more important. Junior sister. At this moment, a voice sounded, causing George to pause. A hooded man with an unclear face suddenly appeared and came to her. A huge force burst out, directly isolating the high position that could melt everything. The man was very direct and said without turning his head, "Junior sister, I will stop them. You go first." George burst into tears and her face was red. She clenched her hand suddenly, and the amazing force almost crushed the transmission jade in her hand. Facing the person in front of her, George's eyes turned blood red, and the sound of her heartbeat was like thunder. She roared, and her fist, that was enough to annihilate everything, hit the person in front of her without any hesitation. The person in front of her turned around, and the action was not sudden, but was well prepared and accumulated. Fists collided. Both sides were shaken. Jiuj retreated dozens of meters, while the hooded man spat out blood. His palm was almost eroded, and he flew thousands of meters away, trampling on several mountains before he stopped. You are really cold-blooded. We have been together for 100 years, day and night, sister. How can you be so cruel? Jiuj had no expression on her face and used a tone she had never used before. Brother, have you forgotten? My father once said that once a person betrays, he will never look back, and it is impossible to look back. As the mana flowed out, the hooded man's injuries were repaired quickly. Really? Master is really something. Even if he dies, he will hinder me. As the other party spoke, Jiuj was shocked, and her pupils couldn't help but tremble, but the next second she bit her lips tightly. This is the enemy, the enemy. Jiuj, don't be fooled, don't be distracted. The focus now is to save people. She took a deep breath, without looking at the other party, and directly planned to activate the teleportation jade in her hand. Don't believe it? The man smiled. Yes, after all, there is no evidence yet. However, junior sister, are you only going to save him? Sister Faye, you don't care? And that idiot Hishi, are you not going to care? As he spoke, the man took out a viewing stone in his hand, which showed Heron, Faye and Hishi in danger. Jiuj's pupils shrank, and at this moment his body couldn't help but tremble. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and the rationality in his pupils was gradually dissipating and disintegrating. Looking at Jiuj, who was about to explode completely, the hooded man couldn't help but curl his lips. Very good. Go crazy, wake up, and explode regardless of everything. The Earth Clan's Cheyenne Duo. If you want to capture him alive, this is almost the only way. Only by making him completely lose his mind and let him forget himself and explode, can you have a chance to capture him alive. He glanced at the back, and the middle-aged man who was good at casting barriers was already standing not far away. At this moment, there was light in his palm, and Heron was nurturing some special barrier. Once Jiuj went completely crazy, he would be trapped in it. At this moment, the 5-element alien Pride, the Thunder alien and others also appeared around. The group of people who besieged Lee Su not long ago had completely surrounded Jiuj. Junior sister, I told you a long time ago to withdraw and stop asking questions. Why don't you understand my kindness? Don't blame me for being cruel. This is the way of the times. Since we are all going to die, why don't we fulfill my wish and let me rise to prominence? Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise and thunder penetrated. The sound was very special. It was not that someone had died, but that it came from the viewing stone in the hand of the hooded man. Inside, a figure appeared, an unbelievable figure. Even Jiuj couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment, looking at the person who appeared in the viewing stone in disbelief, and couldn't help but look down at the person in his palm. Alas. Lee Su, who should have been seriously injured and dying, sighed faintly. I say, girl, didn't your father tell you the story of the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows? Chapter 1034 New event. Should I take action? To be honest, Lee Su struggled for a while about this question, but finally chose to take action. After all, he was kind and did things according to his conscience. He felt a little bit sorry for the 2 beauties, one big and one small, who were beaten to death. If it had nothing to do with him, they would have died. But the other party was in such a passive situation just to save him. It was really against Lee Su's idea to leave like this. He suddenly took action, took out the heart of one of the 2 people who were suppressing Faye with special magnetic force, and punched at the same time, knocking away the other person who was killing Lishi, completely breaking the killing situation here. Although Faye was careless for a while, she was in the Yudeo realm after all, and her strength and realm were there. Under the sudden reduction of pressure, her special talent was activated, and she ran out of the encirclement of the 2 people holding the hammer and the sword in an instant. She was almost killed, and almost endangered Jiuj, like a hammer hitting a drum, which completely woke her up. Although she still couldn't get back to her state immediately, she still showed the performance of a Dalo realm. Breaking through, counterattack, all in one go. As her body released its entity, she turned into a shadow and emerged from the shadows under the feet of the 2 men. In the blink of an eye, she attacked more than 100,000 times. The two men reacted very quickly, but after all, they were one level lower in realm, and their use of power was far inferior to that of the concubine, and they were penetrated by the opponent's attack. It was a very special move, without explosion and impact. Her hand easily pierced the bodies of the two men, forming one black hole after another. Each one was about the size of a fist. When it was retracted, the black hole disappeared immediately, and the covered position was empty. Blood was splattering. The bodies of the two men disappeared 7 layers in an instant. They couldn't help but scream. Their expressions were extremely terrified. The immortality of the War Emperor level did not work, and the broken body could not be repaired. No, it was repairing. But the position that was swallowed and disappeared seemed to be fixed, and there was no way to repair it. Fortunately, this scene only lasted for a few seconds before the flesh and blood grew back. Even if they were cured, the two of them were pale at this moment, without a trace of blood. It was not because of fear, but because of the huge consumption. In order to fill the lost part, they spent a huge amount of mana, which was too much for even the high-level war emperors to bear. Almost without any hesitation, the two men who recovered were in perfect harmony, turned around and ran, without any intention of fighting. You're kidding. That woman alone was already difficult for them to deal with, not to mention this guy who suddenly appeared, and should have been besieged, and severely injured by more than 10 of them. You have to know that, although they captured that person, in fact, their fear of Lee Su has reached a whole new level. This person is too perfect, and there is almost no real blind spot. If they fight against him alone, they will be killed by him 100%. They just get paid to do things, but they will not gamble their lives for that little salary. There was no pursuit. In fact, Fei's situation was not good. As the target of several people, she was not killed immediately. It was not because the people who besieged her showed mercy to contain Juge, but because as a Daluo, her immortality was far above the level of the War Emperor. Several people never held back in their attacks on her, and carried out crazy destruction on her origin. When Lee Su was killed, her situation was very bad. She could still make a counterattack, which was already the limit. At this moment, her situation was not much better. The situation inside her body was extremely bad. Watching several people fleeing, although she wanted to kill them very much in her heart, her body had already been in a state of exhaustion and needed time to adjust. She didn't care about her body, but turned to look at Lee Su. "Miss." Lee Su replied, "It's okay over there, they have broken through." Hearing this, Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As her tense mind relaxed, she fell down directly. Under the pressure of the realm, she was besieged by 4 high-level war emperors for more than 10 seconds. It can be said that she was quite amazing to survive. At the level of the immortal realm, the battle modes are usually divided into 3 types: large range, medium range, and small range. Among them, the large range looks the most exciting, especially the War Emperor level, where the destruction of heaven and earth is just a small scene. The worst performance, the small-scale battle that seems like a mortal fight, is actually the most dangerous, because the power is squeezed to a point, and the atomic level space is stuffed with unimaginable power. The fight between each other seems dull, but if you go deep into the microscopic level, you will find that the battle there is actually not weaker than the large-scale battle mode, and it is directly intended to destroy the opponent from the root. Therefore, there is no difference between the upper and lower levels. The difference between strong and weak in the 3 battle scenes, mainly depending on the person who uses the magic power and the occasion. So don't look at the other side. The wounds are more serious, and most of the flesh and blood have melted. Blackstone is the least injured. Almost as soon as Lee Su knocked the man away, he quickly recovered. However, as a medium-level war emperor, although he has the power of a high-level war emperor, it is obviously impossible to fully control it, and the consumption is also very large. Taking a breath, Blackstone is ready to speak. "Yan, you go out first. Something is wrong. Go here immediately, after you go out and find someone." Although he was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, Lee Su's expression was not happy, but extremely solemn. At this point, even he could see some problems. The behavior of the Decepticons was too much. It was nothing to do this to Fei and Hishi, but they obviously targeted Juge, and they had no intention of stopping. This is very wrong. You know, the identity represented by George is not only the pride of the Earth clan, but also the title of the Emperor's daughter. If George is targeted like this, once her father knows, not to mention the Decepticons, even the Earth clan behind her will probably be in trouble. His own daughter was bullied like this. If it were him, Lee Su, even if a saint came, it would not be easy to deal with this matter. So it is necessary to contact the seniors. They are trapped here and cannot directly contact the outside world. This is not good. As for why they didn't go out directly, kidding, targeting the Emperor's daughter like this, God knows what the situation is outside. Lee Su has been labeled as a skilled person, and with the strength he has shown, he must be the focus of the crazy faction. The same is true for Faye. After all, she is in the Yideo realm, and is a war emperor. Although she is still far from the emperor, the threat should not be underestimated. It can be said that among the 4 people, she is less threatening. After all, he is obviously in a confused state at this moment, and he is still a little confused about the whole situation. Even if there are people watching outside Dengfeng, he will not be killed immediately after he goes out. In addition, if you go to a certain place to find someone, the other party will most likely not make a move, but will choose to observe and want to see if it is a backup plan left by the emperor. To do such a thing, it is undoubtedly necessary to cut the grass and root it out. She couldn't help but be stunned, looking at Lee Su inexplicably. To be honest, he is not a fool. The fighting power shown by Lee Su is really scary. Although they came very late, they only saw the last part of the battle, which was also the most embarrassing part of the opponent. But after really fighting with those people, the shock in Hishi's heart can be imagined. Su, how did he hold on under the siege of so many strong men? Even if it was a special skill, it was not reasonable. Skills only have certain advantages when both sides are equal. Special skills may be more terrifying, but it still cannot change the absolute gap in strength. He took a deep breath. Although he had not figured out the current situation, he also realized Dengfeng's situation. Okay, I'll go out right away. Yan, if you go out now, there may be some danger. Lee Su thought about it. The above is just the good situation he expected, but who can guarantee that the other party will directly attack? She was stunned for a moment, and then a big smile appeared on his dark face, and his white teeth were so bright and moving. Without the lady, I would have died long ago. Really? I understand. Su, if you can, if something unforeseen really happens, please be sure to protect the lady's life. Looking at Ishi, who activated the teleportation jade and left directly, Lee Su sighed. He is really loyal. Then, run away first. I just hope that the situation doesn't develop into the worst. Chapter 1035 New Event. On the other side, after restoring a little vitality to his severely injured body and awakening George, who was in anger, Lee Su did not start a battle, but let George run away directly. In order to help the other party escape smoothly, Lee Su borrowed a large amount of earth, water, and gold power. The talent of the Earth clan is not earth, but the earth. As we all know, the elements that make up the earth are not just a single substance like earth. To form a complete earth power, there are too many things that need to be regulated. Although this is not a difficult task for Lee Su, who has mastered the art of Xiangang Disha, for Lee Su, who has been exposed enough, he really doesn't want to expose more things. After all, the alien race is different from the cultivators in the myth world. Their power comes more from talent, not from practice. Although Lee Su's disguised identity has an ability similar to that of swallowing talent, it still cannot be too exaggerated, especially the talent involving the level of the upper alien race, and he has no intention of touching it at all. After all, the last round of swallowing talent was almost killed because of the appearance of a talent that can swallow the blood of the upper alien race. Although it was only a 3-element blessing, the improvement was still amazing for George. Lee Su was at the Battle Emperor level, and the realms of both sides were equal. Moreover, the 3 forces of earth, water, and gold were the main channels of the power of the earth, and the degree of increase easily exceeded 30%. In addition, George was basically in a semi-awakening state at present, and his strength was much greater than that of a high-level Battle Emperor. With the superposition of the two, George's strength almost reached about 1.5 of the original. At the battle emperor level, let alone 1.5, even 1.1 and 1, the gap is extremely huge. As long as the skills are not too different, it basically determines the victory or defeat between the two warring parties. Facing the 1.5 increase, even the fire element Xian of the 5 element alien clan would be extremely terrifying. The flames like the sun could not withstand it. With just one punch, the opponent coughed up blood and retreated. If he was like this, the situation of others would naturally be even more embarrassing. The guy who exerted the power of thunder was almost smashed by Jiuji's punch, and the person was directly shaken out more than 10,000 miles, and smashed into the mountains. His life and death were unknown. Death? Most likely not, but the injury must be serious. It can be said that the only person in this group who can restrain Jiuji is probably the middle-aged man who has the power of the barrier and is in the Yidao realm. At this moment, his expression is not good. He was also restrained. The ability that Li Su learned from the spray light insects can restore all Taoist magic skills into spiritual energy. Although it is not easy to use for the overly intense fire element Xian and the thunder element Xian who are too fast, it can be used in a large area and the energy is constant. The restraint is very strong, especially when the cultivation of both parties is at the same level. It can almost be said to be a natural restraint. As soon as he made a move, it was broken. With the help of Li Su, Jiuji easily broke through the encirclement. After running a distance, with the help of Li Su, he easily hid and successfully disappeared from everyone's sight. When he reached a safe point, Jiuji immediately grabbed Li Su's hand and couldn't help speaking. Su, Fei and the others are fine. Hearing Li Su's answer, Jiuji couldn't help but let out a breath, and her body softened slightly. This girl is strong enough and has good talent, but she was raised too well and has not experienced much, so her character is a little lacking. If she wants to become a strong person who can stand on her own, she still needs a lot of experience. Li Su thought and continued, I'll let Ishi go out first. Jiuji was stunned for a moment, then she nodded. Ishi's strength is undoubtedly the weakest among the four. After all, he is only a middle-level war emperor, and his talent can only be said to be average. Although he has mastered advanced skills, he has just entered. Although his strength is not bad, even if he looks at the entire new competition, he can squeeze into the middle. If it is not related to Dengfeng, with Ishi's ability, he should be able to achieve considerable results. It is not certain that he can enter the list of 10,000 people, but it is still possible to enter the list of 100,000 people, if he is lucky. It is better to leave now, at least it can guarantee safety. Seeing Jiuji's relieved expression, Li Su sighed helplessly. Obviously, the little girl in front of him has not realized the seriousness of the matter. Betrayal, encirclement, and suppression. This kind of thing, no matter from which angle you look at it, should not have happened to her, but it suddenly happened all at once, which is a major signal in itself. The madness of the despotic faction is the madness in fighting, not the madness in reason. After doing such a thing, did they not think about what Jiuji's father would do after knowing everything? No. Feeling the slight trembling of the little hand holding her arm, and the expression of being still uneasy, even though she had escaped the encirclement, but forcibly suppressing it and keeping calm, Li Su couldn't help but think of what the other party's senior brother said not long ago, that the teacher was dead. To be honest, this is a bit unbelievable. After all, that is the emperor, the ultimate Daluo, the strongest under the saint, the pinnacle of Daluo. Not to mention the height of strength, just the eternity of the Daluo realm is extremely different from the immortality of Tai, which can be said to be a world of difference. The power of eternity is not very obvious in the early stage of Daluo, and it seems to be similar to immortality at first glance. But as the cultivation level continues to improve, especially when it is truly perfected, it is really terrible. Unless a saint takes action, in the same realm, even if many people besiege, even if the besieged people do not run away, they cannot be killed in a short time. What is eternity? As long as the mind is immortal, existence is immortal. Even if the body, soul, and even the Tao are destroyed, they can still reflect themselves from the destruction and revive again. As an emperor, and an emperor of the upper alien race, is it possible to be killed? The possibility is very low. After all, it is not the myth world that has the advantage now, but the 33 alien races, and their extreme Dalo are far more than the myth world. Unless the Nine Heavens Emperor is courting death and runs to the myth world's extreme Dalo, facing the siege and not retreating, and no one from the 33 alien races helps, it is possible. But no matter what, the death of the Emperor is definitely not good news. It is very likely that the heaven, which has not been stable, will fall into a huge chaos again. At that time, the saints will end, the near saints will fight, and the extreme Dalo will fight wildly. For everyone, it will undoubtedly be catastrophic. Subconsciously, he patted the other person's head from behind. In Jiuji's dazed expression, Lee Su said, "When I was traveling, I met a strong person. She happened to be in the city of the Earth Clan. I have already told she that I will go find that person after I go out. Although I don't think your senior brother is telling the truth. Based on my understanding of the Emperor is not so easy to die. The existence of that surface layer, its origin is almost immortal. Even if it is destroyed, it can still be reflected again. Prepare for the worst first, and then start to act. Even if something really happens, as long as you are still alive, there is hope." At this point, Lee Su couldn't help but think of the conversation between Ning Wuxia and himself in his spare time. He once said that the realm of Dalo is very special. It is no longer a creature in the conventional sense, but a kind of existence that is almost conceptual. The deeper the realm, the richer and more powerful this concept is. When everything is complete, biological life and death no longer exist for them. Even if the avenue is destroyed and the origin is extinguished, there is still the possibility of recovery. It is very difficult to really kill an extreme Dalo, and it involves many areas. Not only that, most of the Dalo will leave corresponding means so that they can save themselves when they encounter an accident. Since Jiuji's father is an extreme Dalo, he must have such means. After listening to Lee Su's words, Jiuji couldn't help but clench his fists, and his anxious heart eased a little. Let's go, and meet with the concubine first, and then wait for Blackstone to see if there is any information sent back. Yes. Chapter 1036 New Event. Interesting. As a Dalo realm who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, Ning Wuxia asked herself that she had brought up quite a few children, at least 800, if not 1,000. This was the first time she had met such a good kid. Looking at the black stone that appeared opposite her resting in, Ning Wuxia had a strange expression. If it wasn't for Lee Su's instruction, this person would never appear opposite her in, and it happened to be on the 3rd floor. Behind him, there was someone following. 200 million Dao realm, judging from the aura, although they were just unknown aliens, their strength was really good. They should be retainers raised by a family of the upper aliens, or they were directly dead soldiers. Although she didn't communicate with Lee Su, Ning Wuxia couldn't help but turn her eyes when she saw the black stone. In fact, after Lee Su was suppressed, the picture on the viewing stone changed. The protagonist was no longer Lee Su, but a battle between other geniuses. But before entering, Lee Su had a conversation with her, saying that everyone who reached the peak would go in, and the black charcoal that appeared opposite her in was no exception. Now he unexpectedly came out, which means that something else happened after that. Is the hunt still going on? This is interesting. When the news of the disappearance of Jiushan Emperor and Wuxin Zenran came, Ning Wuxia couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, Jiushan Emperor's Dengfeng was right under her nose and was being madly targeted by the despotic faction. Judging from all these signs, the other party's behavior seemed to have known that this would happen. He didn't dare to attack Jiuj directly, probably because he couldn't be sure and didn't dare to do it too drastically. After all, if Jiushan Emperor didn't die, but his daughter was in trouble, I'm afraid no one involved would be able to sleep well. Not only that, the most interesting thing is here. The fury of the extreme Dalo can't be solved by losing one or two heads, and it will directly cause blood to flow. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the order be to target Jiushan Emperor first, and then target Dengfeng after the success there? Compared with Jiushan Emperor himself, Dengfeng is just a small problem, but this side took action early without waiting for the exact news. That is to say, the other party was very confident about the disappearance of the Nine Heavens Emperor and had never thought of the possibility of failure. This is very interesting. That is the strongest creature below the saint, and the difficulty of killing it is beyond imagination. Not long ago, facing the joint pursuit of the human religion and the G religion, although the Black Mountain religion suffered heavy losses, only 2 billion Dao realm and a few hundred million Dao realm died, and the extreme Dao was not dead. It can be seen how difficult it is to kill that kind of surface level Dao. The main reason is that he has lived for too long, and how many cards he has in his hand, he will never know if he does not take action. That is to say, Ning Wuxia himself has many cards. If the problem of the immortal weapon had not been exposed in advance, and if he was completely attracted by the 33 days J talisman, his mind was shocked, and he was successfully hit hard and injured his origin. Otherwise, at another time, even if the problem of the immortal weapon was exposed, the result would be completely different. At least it would not be a big problem to escape. Is the struggle within the Earth clan so serious? No, that's not right. The superior alien races are not of the same blood, but in a situation of standing on equal footing. One extreme Dao, even for the superior alien race like the Earth clan, is no less than cutting off one's own leg, and the loss it brings is absolutely beyond imagination. Ning Wuxia doesn't think that the saints of the Earth clan will watch their own internal consumption. At least, not at this time. The reason is also very simple, that is the Heavenly Palace. The Earth clan with 4 extreme Dao is equivalent to having the benefits of 4 heavenly palaces, that is to say, in addition to the Kyanine Palace, they also have 3 heavenly palaces in their hands. Now with the disappearance of the Nine Heavens Emperor, there is no doubt that one of the 4 heavenly palaces they have must be taken out. This loss is really too great, and the value represented by a heavenly palace is simply inestimable. Not only that, losing a heavenly palace, while the other superior alien races have 4, the Earth clan only has 3, which has a huge impact on the status of the Earth clan itself. So, is this a trap? After all, among the 5 superiors of the 33 alien races, there is a clan called Cause and Effect. To be honest, Ning Wuxia had never seen this tribe. In fact, let alone Ning Wuxia, few people in the entire myth world had seen it. Even when the Heavenly Palace suddenly appeared, the causal clan had never shown its head. The reason why it was determined to exist was because the saints of the myth world, confirmed the existence of this tribe. The possibility can only be said to be very small. After all, there were too many coincidences for the 2 of them to come. The causal clan may be special, but it is not to this extent. If the other party can control the cause and effect in this way and plant spies in the myth world in this way, the 33 alien races will not be divided into 3 equal parts, upper, middle and lower, but will have to be special. So, what should be done next? The little guy did not tell the other party where he really lived, obviously giving her the right to choose. She probably understood the purpose, and the benefits were obvious. Even if it was just to save Juge, even if there was no way to make him become one of their own, it would be enough to be a nail, enough to tear the Earth clan deeply and form an unhealable hole. The other party's talent is quite amazing. Ning Wuxia had seen those battles from afar. The other party has already stood in front of the gate of Dalo. He is only a little away from breaking through. As long as the other party has even a little idea of revenge, it can be used as the best springboard. As long as it is handled properly, it will undoubtedly be a huge political capital. Thinking of this, Ning Wuxia's eyes lit up. This is really a pleasant surprise. First deal with the problem here, and then contact the little guy to see what he thinks. It's just 200 million Dao realms. For Ning Wuxia, it's nothing. As a top level Xian Jiao, it's still a billion Dao realm. It's quite simple to deal with it. Ning Wuxia left the inn silently and came behind the 200 million Dao realms who were following Li Shi in an instant. A black stick appeared in her hand and she skillfully knocked the 2 guys on the back of their heads. That action, that angle, highlights a mastery of the art and transcendence. There are too many techniques in this attack. Even if Li Su was here, I'm afraid he would be dumbfounded. With one blow, the flesh, soul, and avenue were hit 3 times. The protective magic tools did not react as they should. The two people's sea of consciousness exploded directly, as if they were struck by the nine heavens thunder. They didn't even have time to make a sound, and fell to the ground. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Ningwuksha looked at his work with a satisfied smile. Although he hadn't used it for a long time, his skills were still there. This stun was not simple. It was passed down from a very special sect that once existed in the mythological world. This method was called one hit and it's done in that sect. Even if the opponent's realm is higher, once he gets close and the stick falls, he will really be helpless. Its characteristics are that it ignores all defenses, and even magic tools cannot react, and the person who is knocked down will inevitably fall into a coma. However, once the person who is hit falls into a coma, the person who casts it must ensure that there will be no problems from the time he falls into a coma to the time he wakes up. This move, which brings together dozens of forces such as cause and effect, luck, and constraints, can be said to be the ultimate trick to beat the gods in some places. She took out a talisman, sealed the two people in it, and then directly pressed against the wall. The next moment, the talisman disappeared and merged into the wall like water. No, it should be said that it merged into the narrow gap in the space on the wall. This talisman is called Not Here, and it also comes from that sect, which is specially used for knocking. The people who are sealed in it will be brought into a very special space by the talisman, where they will be extremely safe. At least it is almost impossible to detect it for those below the saints, and even if a war breaks out here, the people who are sealed in will be fine. Unfortunately, she didn't have many of these talismans on her hand, and without Not Here, it would be quite inconvenient to use knocking directly. After dealing with the pursuer, Ningwuksha moved and appeared behind the Blackstone alien. Without asking any questions, he knocked him unconscious with a stick. Since Lee Su didn't let him come directly, Ningwuksha didn't intend to expose herself actively. Unlike the two, the Blackstone alien was in a miserable state, with his brain almost knocked out, and a bruise as big as a fist swollen on the back of his head. Looking at the guy who fell to the ground, Ningwuksha picked him up and quickly returned to his original room. Then, the next step was to contact the little guy. After throwing him aside, he raised his foot and stomped on the back of his head twice, making sure that he would not wake up for 3 days and 2 nights. Ningwuksha closed his eyes and began to operate the secret method. Although the seed of communication was planted in Lee Su's consciousness, if he wanted to activate it across the world and activate it without being noticed, he would undoubtedly have to use some tricks. Boy, can you hear me? Senior? Yes, it's me. So, the Blackstone alien has gone there? Yes, he brought his tail with him, but he has dealt with it. Is that so? Then, tell me your plan. How do you plan to use the daughter of the Emperor of the Nine Heavens? On the battlefield, Lee Su reunited with his clone and hid underground with the two women. He made 100 square meters and began to rest. He was stunned when he heard the words while waiting for the news. He couldn't help but look confused. Plan? What plan? Use the daughter of the Emperor of the Nine Heavens? Are you talking about Juge? Do I have this plan? Chapter 1037 New Event. Do I have such a plan? Lee Su's face was full of surprise. He asked Li Shi to go out because he felt that the situation was a little bad and wanted to know if there were any changes outside. After all, when the other party targeted Juge in such a way, there was no guarantee that even if he withdrew, the Decepticons would not target him. As an undercover, his identity was obviously not to be seen by the public. If he was forced to reveal his identity, Lee Su would not have a big problem. With Ningwuksha's preparation, it should not be difficult to leave. But those who stayed here, Juge and others, would be in big trouble. Although there is a hostile relationship between the alien race and the myth world, Lee Su does not like such harmful behavior, which goes against his Tao heart. I've seen that girl. She has good talent. It should be only a matter of time before she becomes Daluo. However, her qualifications are not just at the Daluo realm. If given enough time, she may become the ultimate Daluo. Now that the Emperor Jiushin is missing, and although his death has not been confirmed, I'm afraid we can't rely on him. Relying solely on that girl and staying with the Earth clan will probably not be very effective. Unless she can become Daluo directly before coming out of the battlefield, it will be difficult for her to gain a foothold and she will most likely die. As for me, I'm more inclined to take her away and train her in the mythology world. While pushing her to the Dalo realm, I can help her find nameless alien races in the heavenly court and recruit helpers in the identity of the Earth clan. After she has formed a certain scale, I will let her return to the Earth clan. Before Lisa could speak, Ningwuksha quickly analyzed on the other side. In this way, even if Geoja's not used by us, she can become a nail that splits the Earth clan. Hiss. Are all the people in the mythology world so dark? Lisu couldn't help but take a breath and was shocked by Ningwuksha's plan. From the other side's perspective, Geoj, this little girl, is completely a chess piece. From the beginning to the end, the analysis is the value of the other side. However, you have to say, considering the words of this girl's senior brother, if it is really according to the idea of the predecessor, this plan is really not a castle in the air, but has already laid a certain foundation. Even if she will have doubts and suspicions about them, but thinking of the behavior of the Decepticons and their feelings for their father, once they have the ability, revenge is almost inevitable. Thinking of this, Lisu couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. I didn't expect that Geoshan Emperor's Son really got into trouble. In this case, Ningwuksha was right. Geoj is very dangerous. If she continues to stay in the Earth clan, she will most likely die. No, let alone stay in the Earth clan. Even at this moment, her situation is quite bad, and the Decepticons are obviously looking for her. Therefore, whether she stays here or leaves, the other party will probably be impatient to take action. It's not that Lisu is worried about the other party's life or death. The relationship between them is not good enough to save him, even if it is beyond his power. But an obvious question is, if this is done for Geoj, then what about him? Need I say more? Silence him. He must be silenced. Therefore, the more dangerous Geoj's situation is, the more dangerous his situation will be. However, whether you leave him behind or take him away, it's a troublesome matter. Just the guy you sent, there are actually 200 million Dao realm behind him. The Decepticons have undoubtedly spent a lot of money. Before Lisa could speak, Ningwuksha's voice rang again. The current situation is quite troublesome. Especially if they want to use Geoj as a nail, then their identities must not be exposed. Otherwise, once it is spread that Geoj has a relationship with people in the myth world and wins over the nameless aliens, it will be a joke. If it becomes like that, the Decepticons will probably applaud and welcome it immediately, helping the other party solve the most troublesome problem and have an excuse to hunt him down openly. Little guy, you stay put for the time being and stay on the battlefield. I'll think of a solution first. Over there, even if the Decepticons say that the Emperor Geoshan is missing, they probably won't dare to attack his daughter openly for the time being. If they really want to do something, they'll do it in secret. There shouldn't be any problem in the short term. That's it. Wait, Senior. Is there anything else? That's right, Senior. Although it's a bit inappropriate, I have one more thing. I'm listening. You tell me. It's like this. Senior also knows that among the magical powers I've practiced, there is one that involves flesh and blood. Well, I know. What's the matter? After entering here, I was teleported to a plane. Senior should be able to see directly that it is a GD with more than 1,000 special insects living in it. These insects are very special and can spray out special energy that can dissolve Taoist magic. Although each one is not strong, when they are in a group, even the War Emperor will find it difficult to resist. Ningwuksha was stunned. Dissolving Taoist magic? There are such insects, which is quite interesting. Then what? It is indeed very special, but that's basically it. Before I left, I ate a bug like this. Drawing on the talent of that thing. Your magical power is indeed somewhat magical, but it doesn't make much sense. This kind of bug probably won't be so useful when facing the Dalo realm. Ningwuksha thought about it and quickly said, after reaching the Dalo realm, the body will have a complete avenue, forming its own system. Although it is similar to the way of heaven and earth, the roots are different. Although the bug you mentioned is magical, if it encounters a completely different law that only gave birth to the law in the body of Dalo, it may be difficult to work. After all, the rules are different. Talent is secondary. The reason I did that was originally just to show it to others. Lisu shook his head. What he wanted to say was naturally not the ability of the light spraying bug, but I found after eating it that this bug is almost only fed with primordial spiritual energy, which makes the spiritual power in their bodies very pure. If used as food, it is very easy to digest and can be easily absorbed, and there are no side effects of elixirs. Not only that, if you eat it for a long time, you can not only improve your own cultivation, but also improve the foundation of the offspring of low-level cultivators. If you can continue to eat it for several generations, even mortals can directly give birth to babies at the foundation building level. Ning Wuxia, who thought Li Su was going to say something, was suddenly stunned at this moment. After a long time, Ning Wuxia couldn't help but say, "Little guy, are you sure? Senior, I have cultivated the magical power of flesh and blood, and my induction will not be wrong." Li Su said very confidently. "Is there any problem in getting it? I can't find the mother worm." The worm transformed by his cells has gone deep into the depths and found the original place, but unfortunately that location has changed. After walking around for a whole circle, there is no trace of the female worm. Without the female worm, Li Su naturally has no way to replicate it. He can't be the mother worm himself, which is too embarrassing. Good boy, what is the name of that worm? Ning Wuxia's mind, at this moment, directly trembled a little, and he was undoubtedly very excited. The aliens call it a light spraying insect. It is grey in color, like a silkworm, except for the mouth. Got it. Wait for my news. Yes. As the communication was hung up, Li Su slowly closed his eyes. With this news, he thought that the senior should be able to find a lot of helpers. Of course, he will continue to look for the mother insect. After all, it is the territory of the Earth Clan. As one of the 5 superior alien races, even if the mythology realm wants it, it will be difficult to start. If Li Su can take the mother insect out, it will be different. The mythology realm will definitely send someone to pick it up, even if it means giving up the competition for 1 or 2 heavenly palaces. With the extreme Daluo, safety is naturally guaranteed. Then, the next step is how to explain the situation to Juge. The disappearance of the 9 Heavens Emperor will probably be a great blow to this little girl. When he opened his eyes, as expected, Juge said nothing, but his eyes were fixed on him. Although the communication fluctuation between him and Ning Wuxia was very low, the other party still felt something at such a close distance. Good news, bad news. After a slight hesitation, Li Su spoke. "It is rumored that your father is not dead, but missing." Jiuj was shocked. Her face turned pale. She bit her lips tightly, lowered her head slowly, and clenched her fair little hands tightly, turning red. "Really? I know. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 1038 New Event. Boom. Knocked someone unconscious with one punch. To be honest, this is not easy. At the level of War Emperor, the body is no longer a fatal weakness. Even if the skull is lifted up and the opponent reaches in to stir it a few times, he can pick up his skull and cover it back, and it will return to its original state in the blink of an eye. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to knock someone unconscious, and it requires extremely high control of strength and timing. Even if it was Li Su who knocked someone unconscious, it was only after hundreds of repeated attempts that he succeeded. Moreover, the success rate is not very high, at most only about 70%. It is mainly because of the difference in people and talents, and the strength required is also different, and the difference between them is very large. However, fortunately, it can be killed directly, and it is not a problem to focus on the attack. Li Su did not forget the requirement of 3000 points. He may not be able to keep the top spot, but he must keep this result anyway, so as not to let the senior lose money. Although the situation has changed a little, Li Su has not forgotten his original matter. He came here to obtain miscellaneous Dao, and he could not forget this main purpose. After all, it was related to whether he could become Daluo in a short time. The clone stayed with Jiuj and the others. After a few hours, Li Su gained a lot, which seemed to be hundreds of people. After the fight, he studied the corpses when they died, and studied the Dao when they were alive. You know what? The efficiency is really good. Even if the talents are repeated, the miscellaneous Dao inside is still different. At the level of the War Emperor, there are at least thousands of different ones. Therefore, after a series of operations, he gained almost 100,000 new miscellaneous Dao. In addition, in the previous battle, Li Su was beaten by more than 10 people in turn. He was not beaten in vain. He also picked up a lot from them, which was about 300,000. Not to mention, the concubine of Yudao realm also fell into Li Su's hands. Although it was a little bit unkind, he was also collecting miscellaneous Dao there, and he collected a lot. If you count it, his current miscellaneous Dao has exceeded more than 4 million, which means that the new competition has only started for a few days, and he has gained more than the previous 2 months. As expected of a high-level alien race competition, although there were a few problems, the quality and quantity of the participants were gratifying. However, as the miscellaneous paths continued to gather more and more, Li Su also felt a little pressure. This pressure came from his main path. Now in his body, in the vast sea of stardust, more than 4 million miscellaneous paths were spread all over the field, surrounding the great path that carried his 7 saints, as if there was a mass weighing heavily on it, making him feel a little uncomfortable. However, there is a solution. Just increase the main paths. Now the number of his main paths is not low, it is close to 16,000. During the time he came to the city of the Earth Clan, he has added about 4,000. Originally, this improvement was good, equal to the increase in the number of miscellaneous paths, but with the influx of a large number of miscellaneous paths in the new event, he gradually began to feel that the main paths could not catch up. After dealing with more than 10 people, Li Su had to stop. It was clear that only a few thousand new miscellaneous paths had been added, but the pressure was rapidly increasing. The main path felt uncomfortable, and the operation seemed to be affected. It seems that the increase of miscellaneous paths has to slow down. Otherwise, the operation of the main path may be in trouble. It is related to his own avenue. Even Li Su dare not joke. After all, if the miscellaneous paths really suppress the main path, or in this situation, for him, it is quite bad. Of course, the act of beating people to collect miscellaneous paths did not stop. After all, there is still a full half gap from the 10 million. In the current situation, it is unknown when something will go wrong, so if you can understand, you must try your best to understand. However, although you understand, you don't get it, and integrate it into your own miscellaneous paths. I don't know if it's God's eyes, or if the Emperor's accident has a big impact. The Decepticons have become quite quiet, and they are not very anxious to find George and the others. George also seemed very depressed. Faye woke up the next day. After that, George did not move. She just sat in the corner with her legs hugged and her head buried in her knees. She said nothing and did nothing. Faye was undoubtedly shocked when she heard the news. A strong woman with the Yidao realm seemed very confused. There was no doubt that she was already in a mess. However, after all, she was in the Yidao realm, and she dealt with her emotions quickly. She calmed down in less than half a day. Then, she started to go out unexpectedly. The first time was 1 day, the second time was 3 days, and the third time was 7 days. And every time she came back, she stayed for less than an hour, and got up and left immediately, without saying a word from beginning to end. However, Li Su could feel it. The other party's momentum was changing, almost changing one by one, becoming unfamiliar and fierce. The smell of blood on his body was also getting stronger each time. Not only her, George was also changing. Although she was motionless and silent, Li Su could feel that under the other party's small body, amazing changes were taking place, and something was being nurtured and accumulated. For this reason, he had to expand this temporary base and use the barrier. After all, the girl's momentum was too intense. With her breathing, the atmosphere was shaking like a gunpowder barrel that could explode at any time. It felt the same as when the other party awakened, but it was different. When awakening, because of the inner mania, it almost covered up the reason, but it was obviously different. Although it became more and more violent, the center of the vortex was silent without any waves. Facing this scene, Li Su still couldn't help but take a breath. The truth unfolded unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, the disappearance of Geushan Emperor Zun not only did not defeat the two women, but because of the disappearance of his wings, the shackles on the two women were untied. Think about it, the former is at least in the Yudao realm. How can he be weak to reach this point? As for Geuge, let alone, this is the orthodox descendant of the Earth clan. The highest level of warlike blood among the alien races flows in his body. It is a fighting nation in the true sense. Pressure and despair. For her, I'm afraid that it is the best nourishment. Fortunately, only the Earth clan is like this among the entire alien race, otherwise, the myth world would be in trouble. However, looking at the two people who are getting stronger day by day, especially Geuge, Lee Su couldn't help twitching his mouth for a while, and he was more or less unsmooth. Thinking back to his own strength, comprehension is one thing, and he has put in a lot of effort. Every step forward and walk is a day and night, accumulating all the time. You know, since Lee Su started practicing has become like instinct, and he has never stopped for a day. With too higher comprehension, he is always in the process of understanding the Tao and the law. It can be said that he has paid a lot to achieve his current achievements. But what about Geuge? Just after awakening, he began to become unreasonable. There was no practice, no enlightenment, but just a slight burst of emotions, just like an explosion. It began to improve. Geuge's aura is not only more amazing, but also faintly began to convey a power that Lee Su couldn't help but be afraid of. Just kidding, as the ceiling of Tai, even if the opponent goes far in this surface level of Tai, Lee Su will not be afraid. Therefore, there is only one person who can make him afraid. Dalo realm. He actually broke the realm that countless people dreamed of and could not reach with just a squat. This is too versatile. If it were Lee Su, even if he shouted to break the sky, his combat effectiveness would only increase a little. After he came back to his senses, his strength would shrink rapidly. For the first time in his life, Lee Su felt sour, as if he had eaten a lemon that had been ripe for 1,000 years. 3 months. If it goes on like this, at most 3 months, this child should be able to become a Dalo realm, and not the kind of ordinary, newly baked Dalo realm, but a group that would be strong even among the tens of millions of Dao realm, and even the kind of Dalo realm that can beat the billions of Dao realm. Sure enough, the false Xianjiao and the real Xianjiao are completely different concepts. Is this the legendary master who is chased by God and fed? Chapter 1039 New Event. Faced with such versatile behavior, what else can Lee Su do? Naturally, he practiced harder. He didn't believe that as the inheritor of the Seven Saints, with a bug-like talent waiting, and a natural divine understanding of beauty, he could still lose. For a while, although the directions were different, the three of them fell into crazy practice. Geuge was nurturing and accumulating, awakening his long-dormant talent through pressure, awakening it, and thus breaking through. Fedi was looking for it, looking for the feeling of being alone in the wilderness without shelter, without wings, surrounded by predators, and struggling to survive. Lee Su, on the other hand, was refining the main way, and harvesting the miscellaneous ways. Because the Decepticons were silent, the three of them practiced selflessly, and passed quickly. In an instant, a season of time passed. Fedi was undoubtedly the first to stop. After all, she was just sharpening, through fighting, constantly regaining the feeling she once had, and once again polishing the rust left on her body by the comfortable years, so that she could shine again. The whole process was not easy. In 3 months, she had experienced hundreds of battles. Basically, none of them were easy. In the middle, she even found the geniuses among the 33 alien races, the War Emperor level strongmen who shared her ideas, and even several 100 million Dao realms. Under heavy pressure and with blood, she finally found her former self, and returned to her original appearance in 2 months and 15 days. That was a silent ghost, the dead soul, that existed outside the field of vision. It involved a certain period of the alien race, a very dark history, and the skills cultivated by a notorious organization. Standing in the small secret base again, even Lee Su's consciousness had a vague feeling. Clearly standing there, it was like a shadow, seemingly real and fake, and vaguely visible. Wherever his eyes looked, he felt as if the throat was being forced by a knife. In his cold eyes, he was immersed in a look that cut off everything and pierced everything. Undoubtedly, compared to more than 2 months ago, the woman in front of him is completely different. Even if she is in the same realm, Lee Su can't help but be frightened. I'm just wondering, if the Emperor Jiushin really loves his daughter, he can't help but leave her a backup. Now, isn't this the one in front of him? It's just that she has become dull because of long-term comfort. Once she recovers, to be honest, even if she is in the 100 billion Dao realm, I'm afraid I have to be careful. This is not a regular strongman, but an assassin who makes people sit uneasy. Unless this kind of existence can be eliminated as soon as possible, it's best not to be hostile. Once she is remembered by her, it really feels like heaven and earth are unsafe, and the whole thing is like a thorn in the back. Then there is Juge. 3 months have passed, and she still hugs her legs, sits in the corner, buries her head between her knees, like an abandoned child, and looks so lonely. Of course, this premises that the power accumulated in her small body cannot be felt. Even Lee Su's clone couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and retreated to a considerable distance, to be precise, about 5,000 meters away. Not only that, because of her, the barrier that Lee Su cast had to be enlarged, widened, and thickened. This girl has been ignited. An extremely strong breath was constantly released from her body. It was one of the regular talents of the Earth Clan. Just like awakening, it was a special talent, an extreme change of the physical body to the mana, like the top level magical power. It was called Dao Qi. However, even if it was the Earth Clan, Dao Qi was different. There is no doubt that Jiuj should have the strongest Dao Qi in the clan, the kind that may not appear in 10,000 Earth Clan members. It is too strong, and creatures below a certain level cannot bear it at all, and will be directly crushed to death by its Dao Qi. The atmosphere was distorted, the Tao Rime was burning, and the extraordinary particles around were affected, like ignited concentrated sulfuric acid, forming an extremely deadly environment. There is no doubt that, because of the appearance of Dao Qi, Jiuji's skills have indeed increased several times in the past 3 months, not to mention her skills. It feels that even Lee Su has to use at least the complete Earth Evil technique to block her punch now. Complete earthly evil. That means Vajra is indestructible. Looking at the entire myth world, it is a well-deserved top-level Taoist method. There are stronger ones than it, but not many, and they can be counted on one hand. That's right, the saint is supreme. The little girl of Versailles, relying on 3 months of anger, raised herself to the level of saint. Looking at the progress of the two, Lee Su couldn't help but sigh. These 3 months were really like a year. For the first time, he felt a loss of confidence in his practice. Lord Haoshin, you old man. No, it should be my uncle. You old man are really too much. I not only closed the door, but also blocked the window. What about the other party? 3 months. If this gets out, especially to the myth world, I don't know how many cultivators will be unable to sleep at night, and they will jump up in anger when they sleep. I'm afraid those in the coffin can't help but jump up. Thinking back to what I have gained in the past 3 months, for a while, I really felt a sense of boredom. He has 20,000 in the main way. He has 580 in the miscellaneous way. He had realized that the number of miscellaneous paths was close to 7 million. However, for this progress, he worked tirelessly, with dozens of clones fighting day and night, killing more than 2,800 people, and knocking out countless others. As a result, he made only a little progress. Moreover, the most hateful thing was that the main path delayed his steps. No matter how hard he practiced, his improvement was very slow. As of now, he was still halfway away from the 10 million great paths. Although he did push forward a long distance with the ceiling of Tai, his strength was 1.5 times stronger than 3 months ago. Without the Supreme Saint, he should be able to fight against the 10 million path realm that had just advanced not long ago. If he did, he should be able to kill him directly. Even so, he still had not touched the threshold of the Dalo realm. He was still short of 22,000 main paths and 4.2 million miscellaneous paths from the Great Perfection. It was an incredibly huge project. For the first time, he was actually choked by a problem other than resources. It was too difficult. I didn't expect that this was only the late stage of Taii, but he was already so trapped that he had to stay where he was. When I thought that, even if he could break through to become a billion Deo realm, there would still be a billion Deo realm and the legendary 10 billion Deo realm, and the two small realms of pseudo saint and near saint, plus the great realm of saint, Lee Su couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Thinking of the future he had to face, the countless terrible enemies, he couldn't help but feel depressed, and his soul was covered with dust. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Lee Su couldn't help but sigh deeply, because of his own difficulties, and because of the miraculous talent of the girl in front of him. He couldn't help but lament. "Miss, you are really different!" Exclamation mark. The War Emperor barrier is still an extremely huge threshold for aliens. Whether you can or can't, even the upper aliens can't guarantee it. Even the top bloodline can't guarantee that you can get through the field. The master once said that your talent can't blossom, maybe because of him. I didn't believe it at first and doubted it. After all, the master's talent is absolutely unique even in the vast Earth clan, looking at its history of hundreds of thousands of years. As the last one to become an emperor, he was the first among the 4 emperors of the Earth clan to touch the wall of the Holy Realm. Unexpectedly, it was just as the master said, without the protection of the wings, he immediately began to grow and entered the most special transformation period of the Earth clan. It turned out to be Daoji Key. That is the Dao Key in the legend of the Earth clan. Legend has it that this key is related to the ancient witch. In an era without reincarnation, the vast land was filled with a special evil spirit. This breath was extremely ominous. It came from the anger of the creatures who had no return. It eventually turned into a great catastrophe, descended on the world, and destroyed everything. Just when Lee Su was sighing incomparably, the concubine was also surprised and happy about the progress of her young lady, and sighed a lot. Especially the extremely destructive Dao Qi, which made her particularly surprised. The young lady's talent might be stronger than the master. As a girl who has been watched, accompanied, and raised by herself since childhood, Jiuj is no different from his daughter Tafei. Growing up like this, it is undoubtedly a great comfort in the huge suffocation of the disappearance of Jiushan Emperor. But, what on earth is this thing? After looking at her own lady, Fei couldn't help but look at Lee Su not far away. As her strength recovered, as the top assassin, she gradually regained her former talent, the special divine sense cultivated by the organization. That is a very mysterious ability, invisible and without evidence, but it has saved her life dozens of times. As that feeling gradually recovered, the danger that Lee Su conveyed to her became increasingly serious, and it was even more exaggerated recently. As long as the divine sense was placed on the other party, she would instantly feel that she would be completely destroyed. Moreover, every few days, this feeling would be upgraded to a higher level. From being able to retreat at the beginning, to now, once she took action, she would be killed instantly, without even the room to fight back. At one point, Fei couldn't help but started out her divine sense, thinking that there was something wrong. As a result, I ran out to try and found a person who gave me an extremely dangerous feeling. After fighting once and being almost beaten to death by the other party, I confirmed that there was no problem with his ability. Since there was no problem with his ability, then the guy in front of me must have a problem. But, I can't figure it out. If he is strong, it is not incomprehensible. But every other day, he becomes stronger, which is incomprehensible. Cultivation is not leaks, how can it grow every other day? Not to mention, that the other party's aura is obviously that of a high-level War Emperor, which is already the limit of the War Emperor. Unless he has a transformation and breakthrough like the young lady, his strength would have reached the limit long ago. How could he still be improving? What on earth did I buy? Chapter 1040 New Event. The following days were still harmonious. Jiuji's accumulation had reached a very important juncture, and the overflowing aura kept changing and fluctuating. It can be predicted that when the other party's aura completely calmed down, it should be the time for her to make a breakthrough and move towards another realm. As for Lee Su, he did not have the other party's talent and foundation to reach a realm. He could only practice the main way every day. The progress of the miscellaneous way was completely delayed and stuck at 6 million, and there was no way to improve it. I don't know why. He had a feeling that before his main way was perfect, if he continued to improve the miscellaneous way, something would go wrong, and the miscellaneous way would in turn have an irreversible impact on his main way. Fortunately, there was plenty of time. The new competition had only started for less than half a year, and there was still a full half a year before the end. And even if the miscellaneous way was not practiced, it would be okay to collect enough first. Up to now, the number of his miscellaneous ways has reached an astonishing 7.6 million, and it is only less than 2.4 million away from perfection. Although there are less than 2 million left, it is still not an easy task for Lee Su. On the contrary, the further he went, the harder it became. Previously, Lee Su could easily discover thousands of different paths of the War Emperor level alien races of different races, but now, each one can only have a few hundred at most. He has included too many, and even if it is said that the alien races have different talents, in fact, they are more of a combination of multiple paths, not fundamentally different. Not only has the number been greatly reduced, but it is also more difficult to comprehend, and it requires constant selection and unraveling. This forced him to study in depth when facing his opponents, and several times he killed the person in the process of research. Fortunately, his actions are relatively secretive, and every time he takes action, it is when a big battle occurs in other places. Otherwise, if the picture is broadcast, it will undoubtedly cause a big impact on his reputation. By the way, I have to say that as time goes on, a large number of people are defeated and leave, or because of death, the remaining people are getting stronger and stronger, which really has a big impact on Lee Su's observation plan. Not long ago, he almost ran into the light alien race. Not only is he one of the 33 alien races, but he is also in the top 5 in the middle. Fortunately, someone was planning to launch a sneak attack on him at that time, otherwise, a big battle would have been inevitable. The light alien race, you have to say, is really strong. The main thing is that his speed is very fast. When the light falls on him, his attack also hits him. Lee Su retreated very quickly, but he was still illuminated by the opponent's light and kicked by the opponent. Even though his body changed immediately, he was still kicked by the opponent. The huge force almost broke his body in half. This time, he was quite surprised. The intensity of the opponent's light was somewhat unexpected. The same element could not be avoided and was disintegrated in his attack. But the good thing is that, although he was a foot shorter, he also captured a lot of miscellaneous ways, about 100,000 light miscellaneous ways, which is a great supplement. In the meantime, Ning Wuxia also contacted Lee Su once, saying that he had found a helper, and also asked him in detail about the information about the light spraying insects. Unfortunately, after half a year, his clone had been on the grassland, but he still couldn't find the mother of the light spraying insect. Lee Su had no choice but to search while swallowing a lot of light spraying insects and sealing the space. After confirming with him, Ning Wuxia didn't say much, but asked him to collect as many as possible and to notify him immediately once he started to act. After that, Ning Wuxia didn't contact him for more than a month. Facing this result, Lee Su was not surprised. The light spraying insects were of strategic value to the myth world. I just don't know what she was going to do. Although the living continent was just one of the trial sites for the Earth Clan, and they still had 3 such sites, it was completely imaginable that such a large grassland would be taken away. It was impossible for the Earth Clan not to find it. Once it was found, a war was basically inevitable. Not only that, the location of the underground city was undoubtedly the hinterland of the 33 alien races. It was a center, and it was adjacent to the other 4 upper alien races. The outer circle was the middle alien race, and the large outer circle was the lower alien race. Once a war breaks out, what he will face will be a constant stream of aliens from all directions. Thinking of this, Lee Su blinked his eyes. Well, he had to hurry up. There would not be another chance like this. After all, it is almost impossible for such a grand event that gathers almost all the famous and unknown aliens together to have a second time, at least not in the short term. In other words, if he didn't get it together this time, it would basically be impossible to raise tens of millions of Dao Yuan. It's mainly a matter of time. If he still had thousands or tens of thousands of years to slowly toss, it wouldn't matter. But it is obvious that Lee Su can't wait any longer now. The emergence of the underworld in the heaven at the same time, regardless of other reasons, or whether it is man-made, means change, and also means that the balance of the myth world that has been solidified for hundreds of thousands of years has been broken. No one knows how many undercurrents there are under this shocking wave. Improvement is imminent. While Lee Su was acting carefully, the atmosphere of the new event also entered the second half. As the geniuses of the pseudo-clan from the 5 superior alien races took action, their terrifying mirror image talents, like giving back what they had done to each other, instantly took down more than 100 strong men, including several of the 100 million Dao realm. The geniuses of the Celestial Clan, the Divine Clan, the Earth Clan, and the 3 races also came down one after another. Even though they were far away, Lee Su, who was observing the talent of the guy who was knocked unconscious by him, couldn't help but frown. Very strong. Even if it was him, he had to give such an evaluation. The talents of these guys were almost equivalent to super-grade Dao methods. Although they could not reach the level of the Supreme Saint, they were just below it. Undoubtedly, he was very surprised. Because this meant that the 4 guys who took action were already comparable to Lee Su in terms of the surface level of the skills. The Supreme Saint, the powerful part is not only the power, but also the level that can be touched. And the power of the geniuses of the superior alien races undoubtedly has the power close to the Supreme Saint. With his current strength, he can suppress 1 at most, and 2 will suffer, and 3 will turn around directly. Facing this result, Lee Su's expression became more and more solemn. This was definitely the first time that he was given such a huge pressure when everyone was at the same realm. You have to know that the previous person was a dead soul close to Saint. It seemed that with the outburst of several people, Jiuj, who had not reacted all along, slowly raised her head at this moment. Her momentum also reached a peak at this moment. From extreme instability, she calmed down little by little. The terrifying and amazing power shrank into her small body like a receding tide. The girl jumped up without saying a word. Her eyes were extremely deep, completely different from half a year ago. She looked at Lee Su. Her eyes were unusually calm, and slowly said, "Su, you are not a slave, right?" Chapter 1041 New Event. Lee Su did not answer, but just looked at him silently. Of course he was not a slave. Not only was he not a slave, he was not even a foreigner. This was definitely not something he could say. Even so, Jiuj was in a very embarrassing situation, being persecuted by his own people. There is a saying that goes, "Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts." Not to mention, he had a holy killing order on him, and it was a 13th level holy killing order. Catching him was equivalent to dealing with a billion Dao realm, and a billion Dao realm at the level of Ningwuxia. The head was too expensive. Jiuj did not continue to ask, but changed the subject and said, "What is your purpose in coming to the underground city?" To become stronger. There was no need to hide this point. After all, even now, he was still getting stronger. Jiuj took a deep breath, and couldn't help but say, "Then why did you come to Dengfeng?" Faced with this question, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and said with some liver pain, "Unexpected." Jiuj was stunned for a moment, and the concubine beside him couldn't help but widen her eyes. Undoubtedly, this answer was quite unexpected. From the moment he rescued her, Fei realized that Lee Su's identity was not right. There was something wrong with it. Special skills and so on. If you work hard enough and have experienced enough battles, it is still possible. But 1 against 10, and there are several 33 middle level alien geniuses, plus tens of millions of Dao realm and billion Dao realm level strongmen besieging. It is incredible that he was only seriously injured in more than 10 minutes. In the end, he appeared as if nothing had happened and saved them all. This level is definitely not something that a mere casual person can achieve. The foundation and means are too strong, and it is simply not enough to rely on talent. Even Jiuj, her growth is not a simple talent. As early as the moment she was born, her father has been constantly consolidating her foundation. Hundreds of years of meticulous carving and cultivation. Today's transformation, at least 7 layers, is the foundation of the past. Looking at Lee Su's painful look, Jiuj was stunned for a while, and suddenly couldn't help giggling. "Su, you are so unlucky." Lee Su couldn't help laughing. If the other party really chose Dengfeng by accident and wanted to participate in the competition to hone himself, it must be mentioned that the other party's luck was really bad. You have to know that there are hundreds of factions in the city of the Earth Clan. Among them, there are dozens of fighting, and only the Decepticon and the Skill faction are fighting to the death. In other words, among all the different competitions and hundreds of different factions, he stepped into the most terrible vortex. If he went to the casino with this luck, he would definitely be able to kill everyone. Lee Su's eyelids couldn't help twitching. He really didn't expect that the girl in front of him, after her father disappeared and he was facing the situation of the Decepticon faction, would still be in the mood to tease him. It must be said that the teasing was very powerful and it felt like a sword in the heart. After laughing for a while, Chiyoji suddenly said, "Why didn't you continue to pretend to be dead at that time?" Since he was inexplicably involved in such trouble, pretending to be dead at that time, letting them fall into crisis, the troubles that troubled him would naturally be solved. Lee Su sighed when he heard this. "If you don't save me, I will really die." Chiyoji looked at Lee Su for a long time and said softly, "Is that so? I understand. Su, I'm leaving. Do you want to come with me?" "Go?" "Well, before Dad left, he told me that the Dengfeng he founded touched the interests of some people. It would be fine if he was there, but if something happened to him one day, everything related to Dengfeng would be targeted or even destroyed. So, in order to avoid this situation, he arranged a way out for me. Although it was an accident, you were undoubtedly involved. Not only that, but you also disrupted the other party's plan several times. The Decepticons will definitely not let you go. Once I leave, they will definitely retaliate against you crazily. I can take you away on this road," Chiyoji said slowly. As an emperor, his thoughts are naturally not something that ordinary people can guess. And when you reach that level, you will naturally have a sense of intimacy, and it is impossible for you to expose your beloved daughter to danger. Lee Su was a little curious and couldn't help but say, "To be honest, I don't quite understand why the decisive faction is targeting the Skill faction so much. Although the two factions have different directions, they shouldn't fight to the point of being so fierce. If they were evenly matched, it would be understandable. But if they were suppressed like this, why would they fight to the death?" Because they were caught in the center of the vortex, Lee Su and Ning Wuxian naturally asked about the reasons for the fight between the two factions. According to the information they got, Jiu Shian Emperor Zun was a low-key person and hardly participated in the affairs of the Earth Clan. After becoming the extreme Daluo, he basically stayed in Dengfeng, thinking about skills, and accompanying his daughter. Then the decisive faction targeted the Skill faction for a ridiculous reason. In an accidental battle, the decisive faction lost, and the two sides became enemies. Since then, they have never been happy, especially after Jiu Shian Emperor Zun left. He rushed over like a vicious dog pouncing on its food. This is very inexplicable. Hearing Lee Su's inquiry, the concubine on the side couldn't help but sneer, and Jiu also paused slightly and sighed. The reason for the fight between the Decepticons and the Skill factions is very simple. In an accidental battle, the Decepticons lost to the Skill factions. Lee Su was stunned. Damn, is this really the reason? Why? Are the Decepticons crazy? Just for this? According to this logic, there are hundreds of factions in the Earth Clan city. The Decepticons must have killed them all one by one. Chiyoji shook his head. Of course, not only that. The Skill faction in that battle was originally a Decepticon, and he had never been able to beat that Decepticon until he left the Decepticons and accidentally joined Dengfeng. He began to learn skills and defeated the person he had never been able to beat a year later. Is there anything wrong with this? Lee Su was confused. It was obvious at a glance that the Decepticons fought crazily. They wielded a big stick called talent and carried out rough fighting. It was normal for them to be defeated by those with skills, unless the gap in strength was overwhelming. What was there to worry about? And this should be considered a good thing, right? Realizing the benefits of skills, shouldn't everyone learn it? Further improve yourself? Of course there is a problem, a big problem. Fei couldn't help but sneer. Chiyoji also sighed softly. Senior brother thought she didn't know. In fact, her father had told her a long time ago, but she didn't want to give up. At that time, her father was still alive. Even if the other party was arrogant, they didn't dare to do anything to her. Now, Dengfeng is dead in name only, and her father has something wrong. It is meaningless to continue to insist, unless one day she has the same strength as her father. The problem is not the victory or defeat between the two sides, but the point of winning. Because according to the talents of the two people, the talent of the Decepticon is much higher than that of the other party, which is almost destined that the other person can't beat him. Looking at Lee Su, who was still confused and completely unable to understand, Jiuj couldn't help but look at him strangely. Fei was also surprised. Don't you understand this? The concubine said directly. For us, talent represents class, and class represents status. Lower talents cannot beat middle talents, and middle talents cannot beat upper talents. This is absolute and untouchable. However, the skills of the skill faction allowed the lower alien race of the original Decepticon faction to beat the middle alien race. Lee Su was stunned. If he still didn't understand it after saying this, he would be a fool. This is just like the bloodline theory in the previous life. The skills of the peak are equivalent to giving every civilian something like noble blood. No wonder the Decepticons are so targeted at the skill faction, and they want to kill them all. After all, it involves their own class status. How can the privileged holders not be crazy? Don't want to do everything possible to target them? Compared with the ideological struggle of the Huishan sect, the class struggle between the Decepticons and the skill faction is really a small matter. There is still room for compromise and concession in ideology. Class, except for the bleeding of one side, there is no possibility of stopping. Here, perhaps someone will ask, if this is the case, the ruling class just needs to master the skills for a long time. After all, the higher the talent, the stronger the skills. If the opponent can break through, so can I. Two negatives equal a positive. Won't they cancel each other out soon? Are you kidding me? I can rule over them just by sitting down, so why bother standing up? Chapter 1042 New Event. Are you going to leave with me? Jiuj spoke again, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Although Lee Su's appearance was an accident, it also liberated her. She fell into despair twice, and it was because of him that she came out. Although they have not been together for a long time, it is undeniable that Lee Su's appearance has been imprinted in Jiuj's heart. Facing the other party's invitation again, Lee Su shook his head gently. Apart from anything else, just the identity of the human race destined him to be unable to go with the other party. Jiuj took a breath, a little disappointed, but not too much surprise. The concubine on the side was relieved directly. Behind this kind of shy NGO, there must be a corresponding ethnic group, and it is probably not a weak ethnic group, but a very powerful one. Even if Jiuj has an infinitely bright future, it is impossible for her to follow this kind of person, unless there is another purpose. The other party refused, which means that he came to Dengfeng, which is really just an accident. His luck was too bad, and he just stepped into the most untouchable vortex. Are you planning to leave now? Lee Su thought for a while and said, although stepping into this vortex was an accident and bad luck, it was also a kind of fate to meet each other. Well, but before that, I have to do one thing. Jiuj did not hide it and said directly, you have to take it back. If he quits, because he can't stand the pressure, then there is nothing we can do. It is his choice, but betrayal is another matter. Father treated him as his own son, and cultivated him with all his heart, but he betrayed his father, and failed his father's feelings. At this point, Jiuj paused slightly, and his eyes began to become cold and full of murderous intent. Only this, don't take it back, it won't work. Listening to Jiuj's indifferent words, as if he had changed into a different person, Lee Su thought for a while and said, okay, it just so happens that I also want to talk to a few other guys. It's the first time in my life that I've been beaten like that. Jiuj was stunned for a moment. She took a breath lightly and turned her head. Although she looks like a child, her mind is not young, and she instantly understood the meaning of Lee Su's words. Helping is a favor, and looking for trouble is cooperation. Thank you. Lee Su smiled. What are you talking about? Miss, at least so far, I'm still Dengfeng's thug, right? You spent a lot of money to buy me. Jiuj was stunned for a moment, and instantly thought of the situation when she bought Lee Su. Recalling the other party's mood at that time, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's a lot of money, but I guess our Su should have wanted to die at that time. Who said it wasn't? Lee Su smiled bitterly and then said, then, how do you plan to find him? Do I still need to find him? I show up, he will come naturally. Jiuj was very direct. The people of the Decepticons would not let Dengfeng go, and naturally they would not let go of herself who had a direct relationship with Dengfeng. Is that so? That's a solution. Lee Su blinked and said suddenly, by the way, Jiuj, are you going to leave the Earth Clan? Yes. With her father missing, the entire Earth Clan is no longer a place of refuge for her. Because of Dengfeng, her father has too many potential enemies. If she wants to grow up safely, she must leave the Earth Clan. In that case, do you plan to make a big fuss? Make a big fuss? Well, to put it simply, it means getting a lot of points, surpassing the points of everyone else. As a genius of the Earth Clan, it is natural for you to be in the top 10 of the competition list. Lee Su smiled and made a suggestion. Jiuj couldn't help but light up when she heard this and immediately understood what Lee Su meant. If she made it into the top 10, the eyes of the entire alien race would undoubtedly be focused on her, but at this time she chose to escape from the Earth Clan. Faced with this situation, the entire alien race would probably speculate and be curious. Some things are not a big deal under the shadows, but once they are exposed, the problem will be big. Although it will not implicate all the people behind the Decepticons, the group of people who led them will definitely not have an easy life, and may even be dealt with. I thought that it would take a long time to come back and take revenge, but I didn't expect there would be such a way. On the side, Fei frowned immediately when she heard this. She also quickly realized the benefits of this matter, but she knew very well what would happen. After doing this, after being on the dark side, that group of people will definitely go crazy. Although the young lady's strength has improved greatly, she is still not a mature flower. She still needs to hide her edge and is not suitable to expose herself too much. Moreover, if she is too sharp, those guys who have settled down will be alert and afraid that the young lady will become the second Jiushan emperor. Thinking of this, Fei took a breath. Although the young lady is mature, she is young after all. She immediately looked at Lee Su and said, it's a good idea, but it will take too much time to do so. Although more than half a year has passed, there are still a lot of people left. The points will increase as time goes by. Unless you spend a few months constantly grabbing points, it is impossible to get into the top 10. It was very tactful, but Fei's eyes when looking at Lee Su instantly became more vigilant. This kid, is he doing it on purpose? Jiuj heard Fei's analysis, and her bright eyes immediately dimmed. Because of the benefits, she forgot the difficulty of doing this thing. Senior Fei, please don't misunderstand. Since we have mentioned this plan, we must consider the time issue and Jiuj's safety. Lee Su smiled slightly and naturally understood the other party's thoughts. This proposal was not something he came up with on the spur of the moment. Instead, if the two women really had no choice but to hide in the myth world, Lee Su came up with it specifically to discuss the Earth Clan. First of all, Jiuj's safety. If she goes down and hunts in person, the group of people hiding behind the Decepticons will naturally be afraid of Jiuj, fearing that Jiuj will grow into another Jiushan emperor. But, what if we just hand over the knife? For example, we suppress the people and let Jiuj take the last step. In this way, although Jiuj gets the points, she won't show much strength. Even so, there will definitely be people in the Decepticons who will go crazy, such as those who rushed to the front and have exposed their identities. But if they don't do this, will they stop because of Jiuj's departure? I don't think so. After all, in order to force Jiuj to go crazy, that guy even told Jiushan Emperor Zun's death in person, which means that the people who went down in front have already made up their minds to kill. Even if Jiuj leaves, I'm afraid they won't let her go easily. The two women were stunned. Both of them were not stupid. They understood Lee Su's meaning in an instant. Even the concubine who had some doubts couldn't help but brighten her eyes. If so, then it's really nothing. After all, the guys hiding in the dark will not end easily. As long as the young lady does not show the strength that makes them afraid, even if there is a commotion, they only need to keep silent. After all, from beginning to end, they have done nothing. Not only that, once the matter is really exposed and the emperor pays attention, the pressure will only be on the surface. No, it should be said that the group of guys from the Man family will be directly under pressure. After all, the matter they stopped turned out like this. They will inevitably be accused of incompetence and quickly distance themselves from the matter. Fei has seen too many such things. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Lee Su, and her back felt a little cold. This guy has such a deep calculation. Jiuj also widened her eyes. She just didn't have enough experience, but her brain turned very quickly. She immediately realized that, if this plan really succeeded, let alone others, the Man family, who were charging in the front, would definitely pay a huge price. Thinking of this, Jiuj couldn't help but jump up in joy. Deng Feng's predicament and her father's disappearance undoubtedly made her angry at the Man family. If she could make them uncomfortable and hurt them, she would be very happy. However, Fei quickly came to her senses. Now that it has reached the late stage, only one person can stay until now. The plan is good, but the difficulty of execution is undoubtedly higher, and more importantly, there is not enough time. Even with the realm advantage, she would have to spend a lot of effort to take down one person in the same realm, not to mention capturing him alive and giving him to the young lady. Jiuj was also stunned for a moment, and then he understood. The people on the battlefield of the new competition are all at the Battle Emperor level. It takes a lot of effort to kill them, let alone capture them alive. You know, the other party has a teleportation jade. Once they find something wrong, they will probably teleport away immediately. After all, compared to treasures, their lives are undoubtedly more important. Lee Su heard this and smiled slightly. Indeed, if this plan starts from now, the difficulty is really not low. You know, at this late stage, even if he wants to capture someone, it will be very troublesome. But the problem is that he didn't just start now, but he has never stopped from the beginning to now. 6 million actual miscellaneous Daos, nearly 8 million comprehended miscellaneous Daos. Although the 10 million Dao realm and the billion Dao realm provided him with a lot, more were provided by various high-level war saints. Primary war emperors, middle-level war emperors, and high-level war emperors. In fact, this plan was also because he had knocked out too many people. It was not possible to kill them directly. After all, too many points were not a good thing for him. As for letting them go, Lee Su was reluctant. These people might step onto the battlefield in the future and become the enemies of the myth world and his enemies. Therefore, in addition to comprehending the Dao, he was also constantly thinking about what to do with these people. Don't say, even if he has no talent in conspiracy and intrigue, after thinking for such a long time and killing a lot of brain cells, he really came up with such a plan to cause trouble for the Earth clan. Don't worry about the time. I have solved it. Although it may not guarantee the top 5, if it is just the points of the competition, it should not be a problem to enter the top 10. The two women were stunned and looked at Lee Su involuntarily. I came to the underground city for training and to fight with different people. Over the past 6 months, I have captured a lot of people. Lee Su smiled and said, because I don't know Jiuj's thoughts, I didn't kill them, I just suppressed them. Chapter 1043 New Event. Half a year is enough time for people to forget too many things. The disappearance of Emperor Jiushan and Wuxin Zenran has undoubtedly caused a great shock. Whether it is the 33 aliens or the mythology world, everyone is undoubtedly nervous. Although the aliens are better than the mythology world, especially in the middle and lower levels, it is not an exaggeration to say that the mythology world is in a complete defeat. But everyone knows that once a war breaks out, the middle and lower levels are meaningless. Just a fight at the level of extreme Daluo is enough to turn the huge heavenly court into scorched earth and corpses everywhere. As for the saints, it is undoubtedly more terrible. Now is not the ancient times, not the prehistoric trend with the heavenly Dao as the main way. If the saints really want to fight, the entire heavenly court will probably be infected with blood, the corpses will turn into a river, and everyone will be robbed. Fortunately, although the atmosphere was tense for a while, it is obvious that both sides are aware of the consequences once the war starts. This is not a matter of preparing for the death of all the people below, this is to prepare for the possibility of their own death. After all, the opponent is not weak, and once they fight desperately, someone will always be taken away. The 33 alien races immediately sounded the alarm, and everyone was preparing. Although they didn't know whether such preparations were meaningful, no one dared to neglect them. This situation lasted for more than a month before it was relieved. Since there was no war, the people below naturally returned to their original state, doing what they should do. The new event was pulled out again and broadcast among all the alien races, hoping to attract everyone's attention and suppress the uneasiness in their hearts through the battles between the geniuses. After all, although the endurance is amazing, because of the strength, few people can stand facing the great terror of life and death for a long time, not even immortals. As the Daoshan Emperor returned with his mind, he gave an order and the new event became the center of everyone's attention. The event was still unfolding, and the people inside didn't know the situation outside. As more and more amazing battles occurred, the collisions between the geniuses became more and more intense, especially after the upper alien geniuses began to leave the field. The topic was completely reversed, and everyone's attention returned to this competition with more than 5 million alien geniuses participating. Countless scenes of the battle were played, and the personal rankings and event rankings were also presented to everyone. The individual list undoubtedly represents the strongest geniuses of the young generation of the alien race. Although there are hundreds of millions of Dao Realm and tens of millions of Dao Realm participating, not all the geniuses are included, but because of this, those who can make the list are undoubtedly the top ones. There was originally a race list. After all, among the rewards of the new event, there is the possibility of becoming a famous alien race. But that is for the unknown alien race, and the top 3 of the lower 18, so it was not released. The last one is undoubtedly the event list. How many events are there in the Earth Clan City? Anyone who has been there once knows that there are tens of thousands of them. 10 people form a team and share points, which is undoubtedly very novel, making many alien races curious. After all, they may also go to the Earth Clan City for training in the future, so it is worth considering what event to join. After all, these events themselves are not just events, but also mean this group, an organization. And it is an organization on the territory of the upper alien race, which is of great significance, and related to the future. If you are too weak, it will not only be useless to join, but it will affect your own future. So far, the event rankings are still normal, especially the top 5. Almost all alien races know that they are the largest and strongest in the Earth Clan City event, and they have obtained more than 100,000 points. Don't think that these points are too few. Although there are more than 5 million participants, in fact, there are quite a few people who have withdrawn due to various accidents. After all, the place they go is not safe. Then, the individual rankings and the race rankings have also taken a lot. And the most important thing is that there are only 10 representatives in the event rankings, and the extra ones are not counted. In other words, more than 100,000 points are almost all won by these 10 people. Therefore, compared with the top 5, the points are not much different. Starting from the 6th place, they have shrunk significantly. The 10th place even only has more than 3 points. As for the rest, it is even more miserable. Especially after the 1000th place, there are obviously 10 people, but the points they have obtained are not even more than 10,000. Not only that, as of now, there are almost more than 5,000 companies that have been directly eliminated, and the 10 people who were eliminated were defeated or even killed. Although the competition list has not changed much, and the gap is extremely huge, the degree of attention it has received is far higher than expected. Some people even specifically look for people representing the competition in the battle screen to observe the strength of the other party and make comparisons. Many people who have been observing the competition list suddenly moved their eyes and couldn't help but look at a competition organization ranked almost 3,000 points away. That organization has been there for a long time. Since it reached more than 3,000 points, it has not moved. Even if it moves, it is very slow, occasionally jumping twice, and it may take 3 to 5 days. But now, it is changing drastically. Although the score is small, it is undoubtedly increasing steadily. What's wrong? Seeing his friend frowning, the people around him couldn't help but speak. On the competition list, there is a competition organization with data that is a bit strange. Strange? He couldn't help but take a look at the competition. After a moment, the man was a little confused. The data is increasing. What's so strange about this? After all, there are still people left on the other side. As long as they don't die, the score will naturally increase. What's strange? The number of extra points. By now, the number of participants has dropped sharply to tens of thousands. That is to say, the people who stayed behind had at least tens of points, but the points of the peak are basically increasing in single digits, and some even have only 1 point. As the man explained, many people were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but look up, and then they were stunned. Yes, this score, how can it be so low? The new competition has been open for almost 9 months, and it is less than 3 months away from the first year. The lowest score of the remaining people is more than 50 points. Of course, there are many more, hundreds of points, thousands of points, and even some people have directly exceeded 10,000 points. But as that person said, people with a few points or even 1 point have disappeared 2 or 3 months ago. Those who can survive until now have basically experienced dozens of battles. It's just that they are unlucky and don't have many points on the people they defeated or killed. Of course, as time goes by, the scores will only get higher and higher, and eventually converge on a few people. For example, with the end of the 5 upper alien races, the points will pour towards them like water. In the later period of the competition, within a month, those people had already ranked in the top 5 of the individual rankings. Almost everyone they met surrendered immediately and chose to quit. Very few people dared to clash with them. Facing this abnormality, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. As time passed, more than 3,000, 2,900, 2,800, 2,500, almost without stopping. After breaking through to 1,900, not only those who were observing the competition list for the future, but also those in the Earth Clan city noticed this abnormality. Especially its name, which directly made many people's eyes focus. Dengfeng. Because of the relationship with Jiushan Emperor, the rift between the decisive faction and the skill faction was kept in the bottom of people's hearts. After all, the missing Jiushan Emperor was the owner of Dengfeng, which undoubtedly made it difficult for people not to make some associations. In fact, the decisive faction's silence during this period was like this. After the previous capture failed, the decisive faction began to stop. Although for them, the disappearance of Jiushan Emperor was a great thing, which meant that the most troublesome bone affecting their class was gone. Although the people of the Man family wanted to do something, they were suppressed. After all, the Earth Clan directly lost an emperor, which undoubtedly had a huge impact on the entire Earth Clan. Although the Nine Heavens Emperor was an enemy that could not coexist in the eyes of the privileged people, other emperors were not like that for the saints outside of transcendence. No one wanted to touch that brow. Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, Dengfeng suddenly emerged, after being silent for several months. What happened? Soon, many people began to look for it on the viewing stone. Although there were many battle scenes, this number was nothing for the strong men of the clan. As a result, something unexpected happened. Among the hundreds of battle scenes, there was no battle marked with Dengfeng's name. What's going on? Obviously, the points have been increasing, but why are there no battle scenes? Asterisk 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 at this moment, the Man family. With the appearance of Dengfeng, the barbarian king immediately broke the teacup in his hand, and his face instantly became bad. He was quite unhappy in the past few months. With the disappearance of Emperor Jiushan, the group of supporters of the crazy faction went wild. Even though Jiushan had initially shown some talent, they still didn't care. After all, it was easy to advance to the War Emperor, but becoming an emperor was another matter. In order to avoid the anger of the saints and the emperor, after all, Emperor Jiushan disappeared, and his daughter died, which was no small matter, so the group of people issued an order almost at the same time, not to chase and kill Jiushan. Although the barbarian king had a lot of people, as the group of people retreated, the remaining manpower was obviously not enough. This undoubtedly made him very annoyed. Unexpectedly, after a few months of no movement, Dengfeng appeared again. More than 1,900, although not high, made him feel a little uneasy. It felt like Jiushan was making trouble, and the spearhead was undoubtedly pointed at him. Taking a breath, the barbarian king couldn't help but turn his head to look at the personal list. When he saw the familiar name that had broken through to the top 1000, the somewhat uneasy barbarian king suddenly laughed. Jiuji, I thought you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Gaining points and showing off your talent. Do you want to keep your place at the top, even if you lose the Nine Heavens clan? What a pity. The more brilliant and outstanding you are, the more they will kill you. Those people will not give another Nine Heavens emperor a chance to grow up. It just so happens that it is convenient for me. If you don't move, it will be difficult for me to act. Chapter 1044 New Event. What's going on? Why are the points increasing all the time, but there are no battle scenes? The organizers of the Earth Clan were naturally worried about the abnormal increase in Dengfeng points. After all, a normal increase in points would be accompanied by a battle. Dengfeng's points soared from more than 3,000 to more than 15,000 now, which is 5 times the previous one. As a result, there was no battle scene, which was really unreasonable. Although the pictures on the viewing stone only tracked the battle scenes, and the more exciting they were, the more they occupied the main screen. But the battlefield today is no longer as good as before. Although the intensity of the battle has not decreased, the number has greatly decreased. Even some battles with average performances should now appear in the corners of the viewing stone. There is no problem with the battle capture. We also checked the transmission jade held by Juge. The feedback information in it is normal and there is no problem. The person in charge of management couldn't help but roar directly. There is no problem with this? Could it be that a group of people knelt on the ground to admit defeat and surrender? Faced with the leader's roar, everyone looked at each other. After all, they did not find anything abnormal. Every time Jiuji's points increase, there is a corresponding teleportation jade to give feedback. The function used in the competition is specially made by the top barrier master of the alien race. Even if there are several high-level barrier masters controlling it now, in principle, there is no problem. If Dengfeng really did something, it can only be said that the other parties means are far superior to their barrier masters. But is this possible? Looking at the reactions of the crowd, the person in charge of this event could not sit still. After thinking for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Locate Jiuji's teleportation jade and directly drop the viewing stone. I want to know what happened and how the other party increased the points like this. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up." Yes. Soon, a group of people acted quickly. In just over a minute, the adjustment was over, and one of them turned his head and looked at the person who gave the order. "My lord, it's ready. What are you waiting for? Play it for me immediately." But, once the lord turns it around, people outside can also see it. The man heard this, and was immediately furious. If there was no cheating, it would be fine. If there was really a problem, wouldn't it make people laugh at the Earth Clan? Arsehole, how can you let outsiders see it, before you are sure of the situation? Play it for me separately. Sir, this has never happened before. There is no such function. One of them smiled bitterly. This search function was specially designed by a certain adult who wanted to see the growth of his child. It is impossible to change something that has never happened before. The alien race's barrier is extremely magical. Because of this, once it is activated, it will be there if there is something, and it will be gone if there is nothing. Once it is messed up, the barrier itself will have problems and collapse directly. The man was stunned and couldn't help scratching his head. Soon he took a breath and spoke directly without any hesitation. "Let it go. Even if it is a genius of the tribe, the Earth Clan has always treated battles with great sacredness. No one can cheat on the sacred battlefield, even if they are geniuses." Yes. With the fall of a magic power command, the viewing stone shook in an instant, and all the battle scenes disappeared. Instead, a single and extremely comprehensive image appeared in front of everyone. The control console, the entire city of the Earth Clan, the entire alien race, and the myth world. In the single picture, the person who puzzled countless people appeared. It was Juge. At this moment, she was in a huge room, and in front of her, there were rows, bundles, and one after another of aliens. They were pierced by extremely special chains, which contained extremely amazing power. Not only did they pierce their bodies, but they also held up their souls. Even the inner avenue was locked tightly, and all the power was blocked, and they could not play any role. These people lined up and walked towards Juge one by one. In the eyes of countless people, they admitted defeat and surrendered. According to the rules of the new competition, there are 3 ways to get points. Admit defeat, be killed, and get away when you are about to be killed. As he finished speaking, the light of the teleportation jade in his hand dimmed, and the points were fixed, while the light of the teleportation jade in Juge's hand lit up, and the points increased. Then, the binding chain trembled and untied. The next second, Hua Guang appeared, and the teleportation jade emitted a soft light to cover it, and send it out directly. What is going on? For a moment, not only the people in the control room were confused, but also the countless people watching the screen on the viewing stone. Although they understood why the peak points were increasing, but there was no fighting. After all, why would they fight in such a situation? But what was going on with these people? Why were they tied up? Not only that, why did that special chain feel like the method used by the prison aliens in the middle level alien race? At this moment, a strong man from the prison alien race, one of the 33 alien races, frowned slightly. It was a familiar method, but it was a little different. The structure inside had changed. It was not a mold. It was more like an understanding of their alien talents, and then adding their own strength to form a unique chain method similar to the prison alien race. It was a bit similar to the ability of the upper alien race, the pseudo race, but it was much weaker, and the power was not even as strong as the 8th level of the prison alien race. One, and another. Looking at the unusually quiet, yet extremely weird scene, for a moment, whether it was the city of the Earth race, the 33 alien races, or the people in the myth world, they were all a little speechless. After all, this can't be called cheating. People have been made like this, and killing is just a matter of thought. But who is it? Wait, this position. Yes, this position. What's over there? Soon, the control room found out the situation. In addition to the suppressed people in the picture, there are 2 people. One is the target Juge, and the other should be the Ideo realm who has always been with her. And it is obvious that the 2 women's eyes are quite complicated at this moment, and they didn't even look at the surrendered people, and their eyes were always fixed not far away. Not only that, most of those who surrendered and were sent away couldn't help but look back and look at a certain position before leaving. The person controlling the barrier was startled and immediately checked. Soon, the name of the 3rd person, who was also the last person to climb the peak, appeared. It happened that his position was nearby. Without thinking too much, he directly transferred the picture. As the picture jumped again, a group of people appeared on the viewing stone this time. This group of people was very busy. From time to time, someone returned from outside with a half-dead guy in his hand. After entering, someone quickly stepped forward to take over. The prison chains appeared, and as he dropped his hands, they were inserted into the body of the severely injured guy one by one, sealing all the power. Undoubtedly, the people who were captured were all seriously injured. Under the power seal, the situation on the spot became bad. After the seal was completed, he raised his hand and threw it directly to another person. The man raised his hand directly, and a special light appeared in his palm. The light was very strange. After falling into the body of the injured person, the position of his wound quickly vibrated. The power that injured him was directly captured in the surprised eyes of everyone. This is the ability of the 33rd alien race, the middle level spiritual hand alien race. Countless people widened their eyes. Some of them were unbelievable. No, it's a little different. I have seen the ability of the spiritual hand alien race. The light of both sides is completely different. And if it is the spiritual hand alien race, grabbing the power target will not react at all, let alone worsening the injury. After taking out the deadly energy, the man swung his hand and threw it to another person. That person was even more amazing. Leaves grew on his body, forming a huge canopy. Under the canopy were wounded people. Dots of light green light fell between them, slowly healing the wounds of the group of people, both physically and spiritually. Middle level alien, Emerald. Seeing the healed people being lifted up and sent to the waiting team, after a conversation, they began to line up. Countless people couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Oh my god. At this moment, everyone understood why the points of the peak would increase in this way. Feelings, it's all because of these people. No, it should be said, this person. Is this a clone? I remember that there was a person with this talent in the nameless alien. At this moment, let alone the aliens, everyone in the myth world was shocked. This person had too many means. He obviously mastered multiple alien talents. Although each one was not very strong, the sum of them was enough to make people feel shocked. After all, although the alien race is powerful, its talent is very single. This kind of guy with multiple talents is obviously much more threatening to the myth world than the alien race with a single talent. At this moment, the manager couldn't help it, lock this person's talent, and play all the pictures related to him. The next moment, the pictures of the viewing stone began to increase wildly, and instantly increased from the original hundreds to more than 1,000. Not to mention the people in the room. There were 1,000 people outside the room, taking action. Either digging 10 feet into the ground, jumping into the dense forest, or going into the water, or digging a hole. After a while, the other party came out carrying a seriously injured guy, carrying the other party and leaving quickly. The people inside included high-level war emperors, middle-level war emperors, primary war emperors, and even high-level war saints. In fact, the proportion of high-level war saints was the largest. Among the thousands of people, 7 levels were high-level war saints. Facing this scene, many people took a breath directly. It was obviously impossible for this group of weak guys to survive until now. There was undoubtedly only one possibility that could be thought of. This guy was severely injured in advance, and then found a place to hide the person. Only in this way can it be explained why there are so many weak people at this time. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. Looking at Deng Feng's crazy rising points, watching George kill all the top 100, top 10, top 5 in the personal list. Damn, this service is really thoughtful. As Li Su was involved in the vortex between the decisive faction and the skill faction, many people have collected his identity, especially the privileged class of the Earth Clan, who have a copy in hand. After all, how can you not check the background of someone who suddenly came at this critical moment? As a result, I didn't expect it to develop into this. As more and more people knew about his situation, countless people couldn't help but start to complain about Ma lying in their hearts. Of course, they didn't complain about Li Su, but complained about Deng Feng and Juge. What kind of shit luck did this guy have to pick up such a helper? Question mark? The strength he showed was not strong, far inferior to the top alien geniuses, but he had many means, too many. In terms of functionality, there is no doubt that this is a super invincible toolman. He can fight, and his level is not low. He can suppress, and his level is not low. He can treat, and his level is not low. He can hide, and his level is not low. This kind of person is absolutely unique among all the aliens. Looking back, look at his talents, mutated individuals, and imitation. After obtaining a certain amount of flesh and blood from the target, he can decompose his talents, although there will be a certain degree of weakening, not as good as the authentic one, with only the 7th or 8th level of strength. But, it's really useful. Many unknown aliens were even more erudite at this moment. If such a person was their own, oh my god, it's a done deal for the new event, to become a famous alien. Looking at Geoge's current ranking, he is only below the 5 top alien geniuses. Although as a genius of the Earth Clan, it is natural for him to have such an achievement. Countless people could not help but feel envious and jealous for a moment. Their expressions were as sour as if they had eaten a 1,000-year-old lemon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1045 New Event. Man Family. The sneering Man King was in a bad mood at the moment. What happened in reality was almost 1 kilometer away from his imagination. As the head of the Man family and a member of the Earth Clan, the Man King, who would not even look at the unknown aliens, even if he was a famous person, had a strong killing intention towards the person who appeared in the picture for the first time in his life. 3 times. This saw doom. He had destroyed his plan 3 times in a row, and also led the direction of things to an unacceptable direction. This swollen, the head of the Man family, who had been graceful for thousands of years, shattered everything around him. The strong heartbeat sounded like thunder at this moment, and veins grew on his majestic face, making him look so hideous at this moment. It was not huge, but this guy. The tense nerves of the group of people in the class should be let go now. In this way, if you want to promote the plan of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots, I'm afraid that only the Man family will be able to do it. And, in George's case, once she really got into trouble, the higher-ups would definitely investigate and find out the situation. Once it becomes like that group of people will definitely betray the Man family without hesitation, instead of helping to cover it up. And it is obvious that the current Man family will definitely not be able to withstand this anger. Here, some people may be surprised. Why did the Man family take the lead, and why did they leave no room for others? It's very simple. The original Man family was just a small tribe in the Earth clan, and the strongest person was just the barbarian king. At that time, he was directly a 10 million Deo realm, let alone commanding the crazy faction. In the warlike Earth clan, he was just an extremely weak branch. It can be today, because the barbarian king discovered the danger brought by Dengfeng. The emergence of his skills posed a threat to the alien race's consolidation of countless years. Seeing the opportunity, the barbarian king directly took advantage of the dissatisfaction with Dengfeng and stood on the vent, allowing those who dared to be angry but dared not speak to gather around him, forming an extremely huge force. As the saying goes, success is like this, and failure is like this. Having reached the top of the trend, the Man family actually had no choice. There was no way back. They could only move forward, and move forward, taking Dengfeng clean, and taking everything that originally belonged to Dengfeng into their own pockets. At the beginning, he actually had no plan to kill Juge. The other party was raised in the boudoir by the Nine Heavens Emperor. Although he also showed some talent, that was all. As a superior alien race, the Earth clan has extremely high talent. With the pouring of various resources, the descendants of the Man family naturally grew up smoothly. In addition, he himself became a billion Deo realm because of this trend. Even if a little girl broke through the War Emperor level and became a War Emperor, what would it matter? But the previous battle was different. The other party awakened. This is not a trivial matter. This not only means that the other party will have a very strong combat power after the breakthrough, but it is also the benchmark of the top talent of the Earth clan. In other words, giving the other party time to grow into the Nine Heavens Emperor is a joke. After all, the Emperor and the War Emperor are completely two concepts. That is a field that even the talents of the superior alien race cannot touch, but becoming a billion Deo realm is another matter. An awakened 100 billion Deo realm, he still destroyed the person who climbed to the top. The barbarian king is not a farmer, so he will not watch the venomous snake grow and watch the other party bite him back. Now, it is undoubtedly the best opportunity to deal with the other party. Although the talent is good, it has not yet blossomed. It is easiest to succeed, and the cost is the lowest if you take action now. This is why George must become the focus of attention when Georgian Emperor disappeared, and the Barbarian King couldn't help but take action. Originally, if that group of classes still supported it, then this matter would be easy to solve, and a scapegoat would be found, and it would be over. After all, people have value only when they are alive, and their talents can blossom. Once they die, they are worthless. The road has been chosen, and the benefits have been eaten. It is impossible to spit it out. Although the development of things is somewhat unexpected, it also exposes their position and there is still an excuse. Killing may not be possible, but if it can be abolished, it is also an acceptable choice, isn't it? My lovely son. Your father gave birth to you and raised you, and the family provides for you and respects you. Don't let your father down. Someone come. ******. Finally, when the last person left the stage, George and Feli couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Not to mention them. At this moment, the control room of the Earth Clan, the 33 alien races in the Earth Clan city, and even the younger generation in the mythical world, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The screen has turned back to the exciting battle. After all, after confirming that there is no cheating, there is naturally no reason to continue to focus on it. Moreover, although it looks shocking, the content is obviously inconsistent with the content of the new event. The people in the control room of the Earth clan are very uncomfortable. After all, this style of painting is really not suitable. To be honest, many people find it difficult to accept emotionally. For the people of the Earth clan, fighting is sacred and should not be like this. However, George herself is very strong. At least those who admit defeat will never be able to beat her in a one-on-one match. In fact, there are several stubborn people who are unwilling to surrender and think that George is not worthy. Therefore, Lee Su kindly lifted the restrictions for them and let them try. The result was obvious. With just one punch, the overpass meal was scattered all over the floor. After an explosion on the spot, they were completely obedient. So, it can't be said that they cheated. Thanks to this, they all admitted defeat and sped up the speed. The people in the control room felt uncomfortable for a while. Looking at the individual and event rankings, which had completely stopped, many people couldn't help but twitch their lips. 138,000. Individual ranking, 6th place. Event ranking, 5th place, actually surpassed one of the 5 events that would never be caught up. Dengfeng, which was originally a niche event and was targeted and was destined to disappear, directly became one of the top 5 events in the Earth Clan city, and there was no possibility of it being banned. Not to mention the entire alien race, there is no doubt that the people on the Earth Clan city side were slapped in the face. As Dengfeng's position became higher and higher, they were so arrogant that their faces turned red. For the first time in their lives, they were clearly the center, but they were not happy at all. Those eyes were like sharp knives, and they were ashamed and angry. But the Decepticons couldn't say anything harsh about George's strength. They were the Earth clan that could awaken, not some random people on the street. Compared to the mood of the outsiders, George and her 2 daughters were not much better. It was a shocking result. Although the other party said that they had been doing it since the start of the competition. For more than 9 months, it didn't sound too much. After all, compared to the top 5 who were far ahead on the individual list, they had been doing it for less than a month, and they were chewing super hard bones. The gap between the 2 sides was obvious, and this side was completely full of water. But you still can't deny that person's strength and performance. George looked at the other party steadily. After the plan was proposed, they actually had some doubts. Even if the other party said that they had captured enough people, they still couldn't believe it. After all, the goal was the top 10. A competition with more than 5 million participants is equivalent to 5 million points. Even if the final result of the competition left 100 people, on average, each person would have at least 50,000 points. Therefore, if you want to enter the top 10, you must at least pass the score, or even tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of points. How many people would it take? Even if the other party had been preparing, even if they had started from the beginning, could they have 10,000? In the end, a full 138,000? Adding the 3,000 points the other party had, it was more than 140,000, directly surpassing the 5th place that should have been unshakable and successfully counterattacking. George didn't know what would happen at the summit after this, but it was certain that the future Decepticons would be very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. George couldn't help but take a deep breath, looked at Lee Su and said, thank you, Ah Su. Lee Su smiled, shook his head and said, it's my job. I'm afraid the next thing will be troublesome. Even if the specific location has not been exposed, after so many days, I'm afraid they should have roughly locked the area. After all, there were 138,000 people. Even if they collectively admitted defeat and accelerated later, it would still take a lot of time to waste. After a pause, Lee Su continued, plus, the points are seriously over the limit, so the enemies may not just be from the Decepticon faction. With so many points, George is almost certain to be targeted. Unless she can show the same dominance as those 5 guys, once there is a chance, they will probably not hesitate to take action. This is a real benefit. George shook her head. As a genius of the Earth Clan, even if she wants to hide some of her strength, so what? To deal with these people, awakening alone is enough, she said. After killing my senior brother, Sister Faye and I will leave immediately. Once we leave, the Decepticons, who have no target, will probably go all out to target you. Lee Su smiled. Don't worry about this, I have my own way. Okay. Glancing at the two women, Lee Su said directly, "Then, I will lift the barrier." Chapter 1046 New event. The removal of the barrier means that the aura is no longer covered. Let's not talk about Lee Su. Even if Geoge's aura is suppressed, it still looks like a volcano about to erupt from a distance, which is extremely conspicuous. As the surrounding barrier disappears, the world reacts immediately. Countless extraordinary particles are stirred, and hundreds of millions of diorimes can't help but vibrate. Geoge's appearance is really like a star that suddenly descends from nowhere. The movement can be seen and felt even thousands of miles away. For a while, countless people in the area couldn't help but raise their heads. Among them, naturally, it also includes the senior brother who was ordered to come and want to severely injure Geoge. At this moment, the people around him have changed. The prodigies of the 5-element alien clan and the Thunder alien clan are not there. However, there are also many more people, most of whom are nameless. There are more than 10 people, all of whom are high-level war emperors, and there are even to 10 million Deo realms. In addition to the middle-aged man in the 100 million Deo realm who cursed Lee Su and used the barrier as the main method. Undoubtedly, this team is still quite threatening. The leading senior brother did not hesitate. Feeling Geoge's breath, he immediately took the lead and rushed over. He was very anxious, with an extremely cold look in his eyes. Like the Man family, he was also a person standing at the forefront. Originally, as a disciple of Geotian Emperor, he should have been the one who supported Geoge the most, but he chose to betray. He knew Geoge's temperament very well. After all, they had lived together for too long. This seemingly weak little girl was actually very much like Geotian Emperor. In order to get more benefits, he not only withdrew from Dengfeng, but also joined the crazy faction. In the end, he personally went out to target the other party. With Geoge's clear character of gratitude and resentment, this account would be settled sooner or later. And obviously, this was very fatal to him. Because he was not a member of the Earth Clan, nor was he one of the 5 superior alien races. He was just an ordinary nameless person. If he had not been discovered by Geotian Emperor, he would have died in a corner long ago. So from the moment he stood opposite Geoge, if Geoge did not die, he would definitely die. Over the past few days, he was undoubtedly the most active person in the team. Now he finally found the aura, and although it was much stronger than before, it was still within the acceptable range. Opportunities are rare, and will never come back. Geoge is now at her weakest, and the only time he can make a move is now. He only needs to severely injure her, and destroy her foundation for becoming an emperor. For him, this matter will be completely over, and he won't have to care about it anymore. Tens of thousands of miles away, but a few breaths. The group stopped less than 10,000 meters away. Although there were mountains and rivers between them, in fact, the divine consciousness could directly see and lock on the other party. 3 people were there. Geoge, Feri, and the guy who suddenly joined. Asterisk 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 they came really fast. Geoge wanted to kill the other party, and the other party probably thought so too. 10,000 meters away, Lee Su blinked. Moreover, it was not just them. There were many people hiding around, and they came very fast, but they stopped tens of thousands of meters away, and did not move forward. Obviously, they were planning to see the situation. After all, with more than 100,000 points, if you can kill it, you may not need to work hard next time. You just need to keep moving and hiding. It is not certain that the top 10 will make it to the end, but the top 30 will not be a problem. Although the biggest rewards are concentrated in the top 10, it does not mean that the rewards from 10 to 30 are bad. In fact, in order to attract enough people to come, the rewards for the top 100 of the new event are amazing. Even if you are in the 10 million Deo realm, you can't help but be tempted. Unless you show amazing dominance like the top 5. Otherwise, getting so many points at this point is really no different from being a target. After all, the plan this time is based on Geoge. Lee Su turned his head and looked at the girl. The girl is simple. The moment she felt the breath of her senior brother, she took her own steps and walked directly towards the other party's position with a step of 100 meters. Although the external momentum did not change, the extraordinary Lee Su still felt that there was a terrible emotion fluctuating in the girl's body. Along with that extreme emotion, amazing power was also accumulating. His eyes condensed slightly, and Lee Su was slightly frightened. The other party should have used some special skills, which were very scary. Almost every step he took, the power was superimposed. Judging from the fluctuation of energy, it should be about 9 steps. When he reached the 9th step, this power would reach its peak. This is a killer move. Once it is formed, it is almost impossible to resist it at the same level. Even Lee Su would probably be seriously injured. Even if he is a saint, he can't resist this move. 9 steps to kill the dragon. On the side, Faye couldn't help but take a breath, and a touch of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. That is one of the 3 major skills created by the Emperor. Only after mastering the special skills can you learn and practice the ultimate skills. The Emperor once used this method to severely injure a certain alien who was also at the Emperor's level. It is one of the 8 killer moves in the history of the alien race. 8. Lee Su was a little surprised. The first 7 killing moves were created by the innate talents of the 5 superior alien races and the 2 middle alien races. Only the 9-step Dragon Slash was created by the Emperor himself. It doesn't matter about bloodline, but only about the skill level. Boy, HMM. Thank you. You're welcome, Senior. That bastard is dead. You have to be careful next time. Don't worry, Senior. I'm confident in saving my life. But Senior, shouldn't we go up to help? Lee Su couldn't help, but said when he found that Faye had no intention of moving. Faye shook her head. No, under the restriction of realm, the other party doesn't know that George has mastered the 3 mysteries of the Emperor. No matter how many people there are, they will die. This battle has never been a hard fight or a bloody battle. Instead, from the moment the other party appeared, the other party was doomed to die. Lee Su blinked his eyes. Although George's moves did make him feel heavy pressure, and he had a premonition that this move would be terrifying, the other party was not a fool. It should be impossible for him to watch George complete the 9 steps, right? 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. It was not until George took the 7th step that he found that the opponent was still standing there steadily. No, it should be said that he began to take it seriously. Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, which was a little unbelievable. Are those people fools? You know, George, who took the 7th step, had already given him the feeling that even the heavenly gang and earthly evils couldn't bear it. As the upper limit of the ceiling, even if it was just the heavenly gang and earthly evils, in Lee Su's hands, the power was comparable to the limit of 14 fires, giving birth to 15 fires. On the side of the alien race, there is no doubt that the limit of the conventional high-level war emperor has been broken, and the opponent is still waiting there. In fact, Lee Su didn't realize that, except for him, almost no one on the battlefield noticed the abnormality. In fact, this kind of unnoticed abnormality is the norm. The Emperor's secret, one of the 8 killer moves of the alien race, is enough to explain a lot of things just by its various names. For someone like Lee Su who noticed something was wrong after the other party took 2 steps, either his divine sense was extremely strong, with a super intuition that was close to perceiving cause and effect and feeling fate, or it was impossible to catch it in advance. Otherwise, the alien emperor would not have been severely injured by the 9 Heavens Emperor's punch. In fact, until George took the 9th step, no one noticed anything unusual until her foot gently stepped on the ground, and the 9 steps dragon slashing was formed in an instant. Boom. Billions of miles away, endless birds soared into the sky, and billions of beasts ran for their lives. Not to mention the more than 10 people 10,000 meters away. At this moment, even the 5 superior aliens who were thousands of miles away could not help but change their faces suddenly opened their eyes, turned their eyes, and looked in one direction almost at the same time. At this moment, the viewing stone also shook, and countless pictures shook, instantly merging to form a huge picture, in which a person appeared. Everyone was stunned. George again. What is she planning to do this time? Before the thought came to an end, countless people's hair stood on end. Their faces showed extreme panic. Even through the screen, they still felt the fatal pressure. What is this? At this moment, on the battlefield, 10,000 meters away, George's senior brother suddenly lost his color, and his gloomy face was bloodless. After all, the divine thoughts have been locked, and he is the orthodox descendant of the skill school, the eldest senior brother who has reached the peak. 9 steps. Slay the dragon. He opened his mouth wide, horrified, and wanted to run away without hesitation. Not only him, but also the people who didn't know felt extremely heavy pressure at this moment. The fatal aura lingered around everyone, just like the feeling of drowning for mortals, making them unable to help but move and plan to escape. Even the middle-aged man in the Yudeo realm had a completely changed face at this moment, almost wanting to curse his mother, cursing the Man family for cheating his father and not telling such fatal information. However, how could it be too late? When the 9-step dragon slash was formed, even Lee Su couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. With this move, even he would vomit 3 liters of blood and would not be able to recover within half a year. The world lost its color and time stood still. One of the 8 killer moves of the alien race, the 9-step dragon slash, suddenly returned to the world. Space, like a projector, froze for a moment. When the picture appeared again, George had already appeared hundreds of meters behind the target. There was no sound, no fluctuation. Then, all matter was annihilated, whether it was people or objects. A straight line spanned 9 kilometers. On the path, nothing was left except a gap. Facing this amazing scene, there was no sound on the battlefield and outside the battlefield. Everyone stood there in a daze. Only the terrible phenomenon kept repeating in their minds. At this time, silence was better than sound. One move took away everyone's strength to speak. I don't know how long it took before someone spoke in a hoarse voice. This should be one of the 3 unique skills of the 9 Heavens Emperor, the 9-step dragon slash. Chapter 1047 New event. 8 killing moves, one of which is exclusive to the Emperor. For a moment, it was like thunder. This blow, let alone the War Emperor, even the initial War Emperor felt a fatal crisis, feeling that he would be severely injured or even killed directly. This move, even if you master the same killing move, can't be stopped, because it is likely that both sides will perish together. After all, there is no such thing as defense for killing moves. In the battlefield, in the distance, the Tushai and Geos of the 5-element alien clan and the Thunder alien clan who chose to withdraw, couldn't help sweating and cursing in their hearts. The shameless Man family is really Bi Yang's late intention. Shouldn't this kind of thing be said in advance? Fortunately, when they took action, the other party didn't do that. Otherwise their names should have been engraved on their family tree at this time, and a warning couplet was left. One side was overestimating the ability to challenge the Earth clan, and the other side was the soul flying and proving powerful, with a horizontal banner of prove it again. At this moment, not only them, but also many people who had evil intentions were sweating and dry mouth. It is true that George's demeanor was still not enough compared to those 5, but this blow really shattered their courage. Even though they knew that the opponent might not feel good after this move. After all, this kind of killer move cannot be used continuously. It is common sense, and no one is willing to try it. Although the reward is tempting, life is obviously more important. Asterisk 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 at this moment, George's situation is naturally not good. Her face is very pale, without a trace of blood, and the unique hard sound of the Earth clan has become weak. It can be seen that, although the move is powerful, the loss is also huge. It is no longer hollowing her out, but even her foundation seems to be damaged. Looking at George's reaction, many people can't help but take a breath. 9 steps to slash the dragon. They have all heard of it more or less. After all, it is one of the 8 killer moves of the alien race. Although it does not require blood, anyone can learn it, but wanting to learn it and learn the 9th step is another matter. That is a move that only the War Emperor can fully perform. When the War Emperor performs it, the burst is amazing, but the price paid is also not small. Lee Su, who rushed over, looked at George and couldn't help but frown. The power is really strong, but the price is too high. The loss is not ordinary serious. In Lee Su's eyes, the other party's foundation is damaged. Is it worth it? On the side, the concubine who was looking at it with nostalgia just now ran over with a heartache, helped her young lady up, and couldn't help but say, 9 steps dragon slash. Only the Emperor can perform it without damage. If it is used in the War Emperor realm, it will inevitably damage the origin. The young lady deserves to die, and you shouldn't kill him at the cost of your future. George took a breath and smiled at Lee Su reluctantly. Damn it. Lee Su's eyes couldn't help but jump. Others didn't know, but he knew it. Jiuj had completed the transformation in his barrier in the past few months. She was no longer a war emperor, but a real war emperor. That's right, relying on the terrible talent of the Earth clan that makes people envy, jealous and hate, she completed the breakthrough. In other words, the 9 steps dragon slash can't hurt her origin at all. However, this reaction and this situation at this moment all indicate that the other party's origin is indeed not good. By the way, among the 3 great mysteries of the 9 Heavens Emperor, the 9-step dragon slash is one of the 8 killer moves of the alien race. So what are the other 2 mysteries? Asu, I'm sorry, our cooperation ends here. Jiuj took a breath lightly, and a trace of reluctance appeared on his pale face. The enemy had been killed, and there was nothing the Earth clan could do. Next, it was time to leave. Also, remember, the Earth clan in 999. Question mark question mark question mark. Lee Su was stunned. What does that mean? I admit defeat. Without waiting for Lee Su to ask, Jiuj took out the teleportation jade and spoke directly. At the same time, Fei also took out the teleportation jade, and almost at the same time as Jiuj admitted defeat, she also said, I admit defeat. As the 2 of them admitted defeat at the same time, the teleportation jade immediately emitted a soft light, covering the 2 of them, and the next second, they disappeared directly. WTF. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. The direction in which the 2 women admitted defeat was obviously him. Since they left, it means that the points on the 2 people were transferred to him? Before Lee Su could check his teleportation jade, there was a vibration above his head. That was the regional master alarm, that only the first 10,000 people, no, now it has become the first 1,000 people who are eligible to enjoy. And obviously, as the 6th person, the alarm that erupted with Lee Su as the center was loud and loud, spreading for hundreds of millions of miles, spanning 7749 areas. In an instant, Lee Su felt it, and several malicious eyes locked on him. With a bang, Lee Su exploded. Nearly 1,000 clones, countless directions, scattered in an instant, running fast and urgent. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out tens of thousands of miles away. Almost at the same time, countless figures appeared. They were strong men, masters, and directly blocked in front of Lee Su's clones. They were very tacit, and they directly targeted the clones, using extremely cruel means, and showing no mercy. However, in a moment, Lee Su's nearly 1,000 clones were broken into more than 9 layers, and only 30 or 50 of them broke through and escaped. This extremely unexpected turn of events undoubtedly stunned everyone. I really didn't expect that Jiuj, the master of the peak and the pride of the Earth clan, would actually give his points to Lee Su, the slave. You know, once you withdraw from the competition, your points will be halved. Look, Jiuj went from the 6th place to the top 10 and directly ranked in the top 20. Obviously, as the battle continues, her points will definitely not be able to stand in the top 20, and she will be squeezed out of the top 50 or even the top 100. Even so, most people have no objection. After all, Jiuj's points over 9 layers were all won by the opponent. But that was watery and not dominant. In other words, at this moment, Lee Su, like Tang Seng's meat, will be stared at by countless red-eyed wolves. After all, those who stay behind are extremely powerful, and there are almost no weak ones. Lee Su's watered up points will undoubtedly make him the target of everyone. Faced with this result, Lee Su, who was running away frantically, came back to his senses. The number 999 of the Earth clan, in should be the room number. Jiuj gave him the points, probably intending to help him collect the prize after the competition was over. He really couldn't stay in the Earth clan city, but that didn't mean he couldn't send someone to get it. After all, in the eyes of the other party, Lee Su was a person of status, not a single alien. In fact, he responded to the other party in this way. As a result, the other party misunderstood. He did have someone, a huge backer behind him, 2 major sects, 2 saints, and more than 10 emperors. Compared separately, even the backers of the upper alien prodigies were not as powerful as him. But the problem is that his backer is a human race, not the alien race. And the most important thing is that up to now, Ning Wuxia has not notified him, which means that when he will leave has not been decided. Thinking of this, Lee Su's face was colorful, which was wonderful. Blamed Juge? It seems that it can't be blamed. After all, he didn't make it clear. But does he dare to make it clear? I dare not. For a moment, thousands of words merged into one word at this moment. Chapter 1048 New Event. Although he was tricked, fortunately, Lee Su's strength is there. Even if he can't use the Supreme, the Shyang Disha technique alone is also the world's top Taoist magic. In addition, the layer of skin on his body, although his strength is suppressed, he doesn't have too many shortcomings. In this case, it is not easier to catch him than to defeat those 5 guys. Turning into a little bird, Lee Su quietly stood on the treetops, looking at the guys flying over his head. There are many people looking for him, and the nearby area is crowded with people. Fortunately, the warning will only sound once every 7 days, and the distance is still far, so it is impossible to lock directly. As long as you are careful, there will be no big problem. The only troublesome thing is the miscellaneous way. The carrying capacity is still 6 million, and the number of comprehension has reached about 8.6 million. Undoubtedly, the distance to 10 million is not far away. But there is a problem. After exceeding 8 million, the number obtained begins to shrink seriously. Even in the realm of 10 million Dao, the number of miscellaneous Dao that can be provided has dropped to less than 100. As for Tai, it is just a drop in the ocean. Unless you touch the corpse directly, that is, kill the person, and search for the origin directly, you can get something. Even if Lee Su is really an alien, he would not dare to do such a thing, let alone he is not. Although the fighting in the Earth Clan competition is tragic and bloody, it is basically at the same level and the strength is not much different. If the strength is too strong and far exceeds the opponent, you can still admit defeat and surrender. The mortality rate is not as high as imagined. After almost 10 months of fighting, the confirmed death toll is only about 6 digits. Once most of them fall into a disadvantage, they will basically exit the stage directly. The reason why he was hunted down like that is because of the irreconcilable contradiction between the crazy faction and the skill faction. Thinking of this situation, Lee Su not only has a headache. After all, if he can't complete the accumulation of tens of millions of miscellaneous Dao in such a place, let alone after leaving. If I had known it would be like this, I should have grabbed the Dao Yun of Juge. As a superior alien race, Dao Yun should be a school of its own, and be able to provide him with a large number of miscellaneous Daos. Although there are many Earth race prodigies on the battlefield today, their martial arts are too amazing. Unlike Juge, those people basically have fighting strength, and have experienced hundreds of battles, no, thousands of battles, and more than 10,000 battles. As expected of a fighting nation, the fighting instinct has been engraved into their bones, and it is not easy to steal. Unless Lee Su exerts a strong enough force to fight them seriously, otherwise, their spiritual perception will react instantly, and they will not fight with all their strength at all, and will end directly with their physical bodies. Although strength is also one of the great ways, as the inheritor of the supreme flesh and blood in the 99 mysterious skills, he is not short of the pure physical brute force. As for the other 3 superior alien races, they are not bad, but there are only 3 of them in total, and the strength of 1 or 2 is extremely abnormal. Lee Su also took a look from a distance, and retreated without hesitation. Unless you really fight, don't think about getting benefits from them. Alas. Take it one step at a time. There are thousands of ways, and most likely you can only go with the flow. Although there is still a time cocoon in his hand, which can buy 1,000 years of time, if possible. Lee Su really doesn't want to embrace Tai's breakthrough. It's too wasteful. That's a whole 1,000 years. Wait until you break through the Dalo realm to use it, isn't it good? Lee Su raised his wings and directly slapped the sparrow that was posing beside him, and fell down head first. His eyes a little exploded. At this moment, there were already dozens of birds lying under the treetops, all of which were beaten down by him. And if you look closely, there are beautiful male birds and simple female birds below. Lee Su, who asked himself that he had a certain understanding of birds, couldn't help but have a black question mark at this moment. Heard that the male bird asked for mating, danced for this bird, and attracted the other party. So, naturally, he first changed into a male bird. As a result, the female bird jumped over. Faced with this scene, he had no choice but to change a branch. and become a female bird, and the result was even more incredible. He was like Daniel Wu in the Sparrow world, with his own aura. At first, he was undoubtedly a little happy, as his appearance really surpassed his race, but after a while, he became bored and annoyed. It really proved the saying, that what you can't get is always desired. After changing to another branch, Li Su directly became a branch, and plunged into an ancient tree, that should have been hundreds of years old. In the next 6 days and 20 hours, he concentrated on practicing the main path. The main path was close to 30,000, and it was less than 12,000 away from the perfection of the 7th path. As his cultivation level increased day by day, Li Su had already felt the door called Daluo. Practice, change places, and practice again. Of course, in the middle, many clones were created and scattered everywhere to attract firepower. When the 7 days came, they immediately changed places. I have to say, that time passed really quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Moreover, it seemed that, because he couldn't find the real body, the eyes on the battlefield gradually shifted away from him. After all, no matter how fat the meat was, it counted, only if you ate it. Not to mention, Li Su deliberately exposed himself dozens of times, and appeared between 2 contestants. He deliberately created a situation of 1 strong, and 1 weak several times. After hundreds of people withdrew, the number of people looking for him immediately began to shrink significantly. However, it has been 11 months. What is the situation with Ning Wuxia? Soon, the time for the new competition will come. He can fully imagine how crazy the people of the Decepticons will target him once he goes out. Sister, don't play with me at this critical moment, it will kill people. Being in the heart of the Earth clan, even if Li Su has the treasure, he has no confidence at all. Let alone the Emperor, even a billion Dao realms are enough for him and Yahoo. Gritting his teeth, although he didn't think Ning Wuxia would lie to him, Li Su couldn't help but speed up. If there is really a problem, then break through the Dao realm directly. Let's not fill the miscellaneous Dao. Fill up the main Dao first, so that you can break through at any time. Of course, it's almost time. In the past 2 months, I have practiced hard, and improved by 8,000 points. After all, I have reached the apex of 40,000. I'm less than 4,000 away from the limit. There is 1 month left. If I work harder, I should be able to complete it before the last few days. As for the miscellaneous paths, I have also seen a lot of growth through the scattered clones, approaching 9 million. The only trouble is that the main path and the miscellaneous paths cannot keep pace. The main path has exceeded 9 levels, but the miscellaneous paths are only about 7 levels. If this continues, I have to complete it before I can eat up the remaining miscellaneous paths. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but raise his head and look into the distance with a dim gaze. There was less than a month left, and the number of strong people left was very small, only less than 3,000. Those who stayed were all strong people. Even if his score was high, it was not good enough. He had fallen out of the top 10 and fell outside the top 30. One by one, he was very envious and couldn't help but drool all over the floor. What a pity, what a pity. We can't do it, otherwise, all of these people will have to undergo a physical examination, not to mention tens of millions. At least a few million should be enough. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, how about it? Want to bet? At this moment, in a place that Li Su didn't know. To be precise, in Kaianan Palace, where the real body of Daoshan Emperor was, Lei Yuxianzhen looked at the other party and chuckled. Huh. It seems that Lei Yuxianzhen is very confident. Daoshan Emperor touched the wine glass in his hand and couldn't help laughing. You are all so generous, we can't be stingy. Besides, how can we tell the difference between the geniuses just by looking at them? Okay, since you, Lei Yuxianzhen, are willing to give it, it's not good for me to be too polite, so let's do as you say. The top 100 geniuses of the alien race and the top 100 geniuses of the mythical world. We are betting on the remains of the ancient golden crow, which contains the Sun Avenue. We are betting on the fragments of the ancient innate spiritual treasure, the fragment of the Kinglian Bao's flag, one of the innate 5-element flags. What about the battlefield? Of course, we will use the ready-made ones. Watching Lei Yuxianzhen leave, Dao Xiandizen's eyes flashed, a little strange. Lei Yushianzan, what are you planning? But it doesn't matter what you plan, it will only doom you to lose more than you gain. As for the alien race losing, impossible. There is not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Dao Xian Dizun knows the strength of the mythical world too well. At present, except for the little guy who is also in the depths, there is no young generation who can carry the banner of the human race. On the alien side, the 5 superior alien geniuses can be said to be the top geniuses, even compared with the ancients. And as long as the bet is not low quality materials, it doesn't matter if the other party has some enlightenment from this high quality resource. It must be a pity that there is no way to catch them all. But it doesn't matter. After this battle, it's not bad to break the confidence of the geniuses in the mythical world. Chapter 1049 New Event. Even if the body of the Golden Crow is lost, the alien race can only devour its energy at most, but cannot directly obtain its talent. But is it really worth it? On the other side, Lei Yushianzan looked at the person who suddenly came a month ago, and couldn't help but speak. Although the energy of the Golden Crow's body has been completely exhausted, there is still a lot of true meaning. Human cultivators can enter it to comprehend all of its innate solar magical powers. Although the probability of complete comprehension is very low, it is undoubtedly of great help to those who practice the fire system. It is equivalent to a natural top-level Taoist method. Handing it over like this will undoubtedly cause a great loss to the myth world. After all, as the top-level alien beast in ancient times, the number of Golden Crows is extremely small. In addition to the 9 heads shot by the descendants, there are only Di Jun and Dong Huang who died in the war between the witches and the liches. Not to mention Di Jun's body, Dong Huang's body disappeared directly. There are rumors that it was taken away by the ancient innate spiritual treasure Chaos Bell. Now, in the myth world, there are 2 Golden Crow corpses. One was found earlier, and was traded this time. The other was found accidentally not long ago after the opening of the Heavenly Palace. This one has fewer true spirits, but is older. There are extremely special patterns on it, which is very extraordinary. I once suspected that it might have been owned by Emperor Jun after his death, so I chose to keep it. Therefore, once you lose the Golden Crow corpse, it is equivalent to losing a top-level fire magic. I didn't care much before, but now it's different. Facing the huge pressure from the alien race, even if the 7 major sects in the myth world unite, it is still very difficult. It's worth it. If the news is true, let alone the body of the Golden Crow, even if it's something more valuable, it's worth it. Hearing the other party's affirmative answer, Lei Yushianzan was a little surprised. What on earth is it that is worth such a strong reaction from the higher-ups? And they asked you to come here in person? Can't say. The man shook his head. At this moment, he was even wearing a hood, and all his breath was covered. It can be said that, even if he is an acquaintance, unless he speaks, he can't know his true identity. That tribe? Lei Yushianzan couldn't help but mutter, obviously thinking of a very troublesome existence among the 33 alien tribes. To be honest, it's really incredible that there is such a talent in the world. Okay, I won't ask anymore. It's okay as long as the higher-ups think it's worth it. Lei Yushianzan shook his head. Just pity those little guys. This battle is not easy to endure. Although there was no collision between the upper alien tribes and the new event, some things, in the eyes of the Dalo realm, can basically grasp the depth of them just by looking at them. As expected, they have lived under the ban of the Heavenly Court for hundreds of thousands of years. The advantage is really too great. If this concentration of spiritual energy is given to the mythology world for 10,000 or 20,000 years, no, 3,5,000 years, the number of immortal cultivators in the mythology world will be increased by thousands, no, tens of thousands of times. Unfortunately, along with it came the extremely powerful alien race, whose owners almost overwhelmed the huge population of the mythology world. Well, I have gone a bit too far. Back to the topic. The upper alien prodigy of the 33 alien races is very strong, just like the 15 fires in the ancient legend. Although the mythology world has also studied the corresponding 15 fires, it was once even thought that this was the 15 fires in the ancient legend, until the appearance of the upper alien race. It is certain that lighting a fire and directly possessing a fire are 2 completely different concepts. The prodigy of the mythology world cannot beat those 4 guys. Although it is a bit discouraging to say this, it is the fact. Fortunately, this challenge is openly an exchange of privileges between the 2 races, but in fact there is another task. The goal is not to win, nor the treasure that the other party has taken out, but something else. What exactly it is, Lei Yuxianzhen is not quite clear. In order to avoid too much cause and effect superposition, very few people know about it, and only a few people related to the plan know the specific details. Now we can only hope that everything will succeed, and the things will be worth it. Otherwise, the price paid by the myth world will be too high. After all, this is a bilateral live broadcast. If the myth world performs too poorly, it will form a huge psychological burden on everyone below. Then I will go to prepare, and it will start in 10 days. Okay. Watching Lei Yuxianzhen leave, the man turned his head and looked into the distance. Hopefully, everything will be as the child said. Asterisk 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 new event, battlefield. In the last month, almost 20 days have passed. The main path cultivation has reached the final stage. The door of Daluo is almost in front of us. No, it should be said that it is already close to our face. Li Su is very uncomfortable. At this moment, he must be extremely careful. Otherwise, if he is not careful, he will break through directly like Juge. At this moment, if he breaks through under this situation, he will definitely regret it. After all, there are only 7.9 million miscellaneous paths, which is far from the total number of 9.25 million he has collected. Once the breakthrough occurs, it is equivalent to a direct loss of 1.35 million. Fortunately, as the main path is getting closer to perfection, the miscellaneous paths can be increased, and with each additional miscellaneous paths, the uncontrollable breakthrough will also decrease. From the beginning, it was like diarrhea, and it became an unbearable pain. To be honest, this is very unexpected. At one time, Li Su couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, Ning Wuxia told him that, before cultivating the main path, he should first improve the miscellaneous paths as much as possible. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would break through the realm before the main path was completed. It's right to imagine that a normal cultivator can only break through the Daluo realm with 3000 middle paths at most. What about him? As of now, the number of middle paths is 41,200, which is about 14 times that of ordinary people. Such a huge number of middle paths is not something that can be gathered at the Tai level, and it should have been broken through long ago. Fortunately, the 7 saints are not compatible, and he has repeatedly laid a huge foundation during his cultivation, which gave him enough buffer space, otherwise he would have been unable to hold it back. Faced with this unexpected scene, Li Su had to stop even the main road, and continued to supplement the high-speed miscellaneous roads for several days. Although he could not complete the tens of millions of small roads, he had to swallow all the 9.25 million he got, after spending a lot of effort, spying on others' battles, and losing countless clones. Thinking of this, Li Su still felt a little regretful. To be honest, he actually had a little expectation in his heart, expecting that the legend Ning Wuxia said was true. Tai broke the limit. Unfortunately, as of now, he did not feel the so-called limit. In fact, there was only a feeling of breakthrough that could not be suppressed. It's a pity. If Tai could really break the limit once more, his Daluo realm would definitely be different. For the environment he was in, being different was undoubtedly very important to Li Su. After all, once you achieve Daluo, the realm will go up, and the talent you have accumulated will be erased bit by the huge time. Those extreme Daluo, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of years of practice, have already made up for the gap in the past. The two sides are standing at the same starting line again. Of course, there are still advantages, such as the supreme treasure, such as the supreme saint, that is a dual path parallel. Boy. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was Ning Wuxia's voice. Li Su was stunned, and instantly became excited, almost provoking on the spot. Although he had already made plans to rely on himself, being in the heart of the alien race, even with the supreme treasure, it was still a huge pressure. Finally, I came to contact. Senior. Before Li Su finished speaking, Ning Wuxia said quickly and anxiously, "You don't have to talk to me, and there is no way to talk. I'll make a long story short. In 3 days, the battlefield will change, and the human race will enter it. There is a flesh and blood puppet inside, made of your blood. Find it, replace it, and return to the human race. After the competition is over, return directly to the human race. Do you understand? Remember, be quick. You must be quick. The strength of that puppet is average. If it is found by the alien race first, you will completely lose the opportunity to escape. This is just a transmission, and it does not have the ability to communicate directly. Facing this scene, Lee Su was stunned. The human race came here? Wait, if they could return to the human race directly, wouldn't that mean? He couldn't help but roll his eyes. An idea formed in his mind. If he took this opportunity, he might be able to complete the thousands of miscellaneous paths. He didn't even think about what to do if he didn't find the puppet. The first thing that came to his mind was to hit the 5 superior alien races with clubs. There is no doubt that Lee Su also fought hard. After all, being stronger is better. Maybe this point may become the key to determining the future. Chapter 1050, the 1045th new event. 3 days, not long. Only 100 or so main paths and thousands of miscellaneous paths have been upgraded. Lee Su raised his head and took a deep breath. Although he didn't know the exact time and had made sufficient preparations, he still didn't dare to be careless. After all, no matter what he wanted to get, he had to survive first. More than 9 million minor paths, in fact, were not bad. Once he advanced, he could almost immediately stand at the peak of the 10 million Dao realm and begin to move towards the billion Dao realm. At this point, he was also considered the strongest in this world, and there were not many people above him. At this level, plus the treasure, it shouldn't be a big problem to fight against the extreme Dalao. As time passed, there were very few people on the battlefield of the new competition. As of now, it is estimated that there are less than 1,500 people. There were very few battles, and even if there was no fight, the gap between the two sides was almost understood. Just like the ranking of the 33 alien races, the high-ranking alien races had an absolute advantage. The difference in talent was even greater than the level of the skills. One level lower, in the same realm, it was almost insurmountable. The only guy on the leaderboard who was not ranked was Lee Su, but he was nowhere to be found. At this point, most people stopped taking action and quietly waited for the end of the competition. Lee Su's ranking had dropped to outside the top 70 at this moment, and it was fortunate that most of the points were in the hands of the top 50, otherwise it would be uncertain whether he could enter the top 100. Just when the game was entering garbage time, the sky shook and a tall figure appeared. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but look up. After all, the identity of the person who came was extraordinary, and he was the top combat power of the alien race. Under the Saint, the highest authority exists. Emperor Zun, Daoshan. With a glance at everyone, Emperor Daoshan spoke slowly. Next, the competition will be slightly changed. The top 100 people in the new competition will fight against the Xianjiao of the myth world. As a benefit, the myth world will take out a corpse of an ancient golden crow, which contains a large amount of sun crystals. This side will also invest the corresponding ancient treasure, a fragment of one of the 5 and 8 flags, which contains the true spirit of the treasure. I believe you should all know the preciousness of these two things. They contain innate essences that are extremely precious to the Dalao realm. If you swallow them, it can greatly enhance your innate abilities. As Emperor Daoshan finished speaking, at this moment, let alone the middle and lower alien races, or the few remaining nameless alien races, even the 4 upper alien Xianjiao couldn't help but brighten their eyes. This kind of essence left by the ancient strong in the treasure is a rare treasure even for them. It can greatly enhance their talents and lay a solid foundation for the future achievement of the Emperor. Instantly, the gods, immortals, pseudo-clan, and even the earth clans opened their eyes, showing a touch of emotion on their faces. Such treasures are difficult to obtain even for them. After all, the legacy of the ancient strongman is extremely attractive to the billion Dao realms, and they can get a glimpse of the Emperor from it. Therefore, even for them, they can only get a small reward when the Emperor is happy. This is a great opportunity given to you for free. Daoshan Emperor glanced at everyone and said lightly, so I have only one request for you. kill all the geniuses in the mythological world, let them deeply understand the gap between them and you, and plant an indelible shadow in their hearts. Before the scramble for resources, I want half of the geniuses in the mythological world to die first, and after the scramble for resources begins, there will be no geniuses in the mythological world standing. This battle will also be broadcast in full in the mythological world, and everyone can see it. I want everyone in the mythological world to watch you enjoy the resources with their own eyes, so that they understand how weak they are, and how huge the gap is with the alien races. So in addition to the above rewards, the better you perform, the greater the rewards I will give you after the game. So show yourself to your heart's content. Teach the geniuses in the mythological world a good lesson, and also teach the ants in the mythological world a good lesson. Use your imagination to trample them for me. As Dao Shiandi's words fell, the first 100 alien races on the battlefield couldn't help but take a deep breath. Their eyes glowed with divine light, and their eyes were full of brutality. Even the 5 upper alien races couldn't help but be shaken. To be honest, if it weren't for the generous rewards, they would not even bother to participate in such a boring competition. The current changes have aroused their interest. I don't know how strong the Xiangjiao in the myth world is, I just hope they are not too weak. If they are like those people below, it would be too boring. Asterisk 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 how dare you say that? Li Su, who lowered his head and pretended to be excited, couldn't help but take a breath, and was quite unhappy. The alien emperor is really arrogant. The battle hasn't even started yet, but he already looks like he has a sure win, and he has even let them ravage the other side. Indeed, the top Xianjiao of the big sect may be able to fight with him, but it will be difficult to win. Of course, this is just a comparison with senior brother Tai. But the problem is that there can be tens of millions of Dao realms or even hundreds of millions of Dao realms entering the venue. Under the blessing of the Great Realm, not to mention surpassing too much, it is definitely not something that the alien race can unilaterally control. Now I only hope that the people sent here will be more powerful, and it would be best if they could suppress the alien race and beat the arrogant emperor hard and let Li Su pick up the advantage by the way. After all, it is better to be conservative in such a comprehensive war. He has not yet reached the Dalo realm. If he is targeted, it will be more or less troublesome. When he reaches a realm of 100 million Dao, or even 1 billion Dao, he should not need to be in such a dilemma. Asterisk 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 not long after, a huge vibration resounded, and a grey alien space appeared above the sky, slowly falling with supreme rules and mysteries. In the alien space, there were 2 terrifying figures. One was naturally Daoshan Emperor, the original body. The other was the Emperor of the mythical world, Lei Yushianzhen from the heaven. The two were separated by hundreds of millions of miles, and in front of their palms, endless Dao rhyme emerged, with grand laws entwined and intertwined, forming a new structure. The grey alien space slowly fell, slowly covering and enveloping the world in which it was located in the eyes of everyone. The alien teleportation jades outside the 100 began to glow, and disappeared in the next second. Not only that, the sky shook, and a corpse with a length of 10,000 miles, even though dead, still full of terrible power and supreme ferocious aura fell. Where is the corpse? It is clearly a sun. It fell directly between the mountains, and the terrible high temperature instantly changed the terrain there, forming a magma sea of fire with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles. Not only that, when the corpse fell, there was also a flag, very big. From the feeling, it was just a fragment, not even 1/10,000th of the flag, but it was 1,000 miles long, and it was pregnant with the amazing power of the gold element. There were boundless strange images on it, evolving a great world. For a time, the world was bright, the vast light was like the sun, and the strange light was like a knife. Even Li Su couldn't help but be shaken in his heart, and was shaken by the falling broken flag. The innate 5-sided flag. The treasure. Although it is not as good as the acquired spiritual treasures in Huobana he holds, it has a unique innate Dao rhyme. Even a corner of it has great power, and is full of holiness. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. What a treasure. Even if it is only a broken corner, if it can be refined, it still has terrible power. Even a billion Dao realm can use it, and the amplification is huge. Immortal weapons can't compare at all. not to mention the boundless power of the gold element in it. If you can take it and study it, and comprehend the true meaning of it, it will not only be of great help to the realm improvement, but also can get a supreme magical power close to the super product. HMM. Just when Lee Su was attracted by the fragments of the treasure, a breath shocked him, and then he couldn't help but widen his eyes and look in a certain direction. What is that? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.